Talk Show. Recorded live.
Black Power, BB4ODA, my hotel. Welcome to Feet on the Ground, Slaughterhouse Saturday. What's going on out there tonight, family? It's your brother Born. I'm going to get it in nice tonight. You know, it's going to have some open lines. We're going to be discussing a few things. Mainly, we're going to be, the main theme of the day going to be dealing with the Tamahu and whether or not he is a evolved or mutated form of the African, or whether or not he's a genetically modified humanoid beast, animal type hybrid, part human, partial animal hybrid. So we're going to put that on the line. We're watching a couple different things out there. Show some very interesting aspects about where this Caucasian came from, particularly dealing with the Neanderthal thread with this side of them. And, from genetic analysis, the Neanderthal mitochondrial DNA not going back to a human, but to some unknown, yet unspecified animal. And this being inside the genome of all non-Africans, or all non-Sub-Saharan Black Africans, we have to look into that and see how does one acquire something like that within inside their genome. But besides that, we're just gonna be getting in there tonight, man. It's like I said, it's Slaughterhouse Saturday. Who's still portraying the African Revolution? We themed this night after Dr. John Henry Clark, aspects of Dr. Amos Wilson. We got to get our thought right. So we're gonna be dealing with some of this scientific racism that's been going on. I'm going to try to get at the board and everything, see who everybody out there. Brother Claus, you out there? What's going on my line? I got to get everything opened up right. One second, family. Black Power. All right, family. Trying to get the switchboard open real quick. See what's going on out here. But tonight we're gonna be dealing with open line, but we're gonna be looking at this scientific racism, man. So watch a very good, very interesting documentary. Very well put together for the Hug Thought family. For the more regular layman. You know what I'm saying? It's definitely something that you should check out. We'll put it inside. I threw it in the Feet on the Ground group already. So if you was on the Feet on the Ground group that's on Black Power Block, if you not signed in on the Twitter, we on the Twitter. Try to get Brother Claus on the line tonight. You know what I'm saying? What's going on out here? We get everything open up. But yeah, what's going on out there, Super Mekara? How you?
Everything is all right with me, man. Everything is all right, man.
Yeah, you good?
How you doing?
Man, family, I'm doing well. You know, it's nice and cold over here in CT. You know, the weather is you know what I mean, we got a little bit of snow. I'm doing well though. Been looking at, you know, like I said earlier when I first started off, you know, been perusing YouTube land, you know what I mean, for a couple of days, man. And happened to be subscribed to YouTube user named Brett Carr. I don't know the last two digits. Now, brother tried to tell me that there was his brother Ali Muhammad. I'm trying to figure it out right now. I have to go into his inbox and see if this is Ali Muhammad. But I don't think it is. It did sound like he said he was from out in L.A. But it's very interesting the way that he put together this information on this on whether or not these Caucasians were actually humans or whether they were more what would they call hominid type of genetic where you know they came about through some type of genetic manipulation, or whether or not they were mutated or what one would call an evolved form of the sub-Saharan African. I've always been of the thought that they did not just mutate or evolve out of us. I've never, you know, I've listened to some of the research, you know, Sheikh and the job, and some of the things that I really do think about the situation is that a lot of the work that they were doing was based on what they had available to them to be able to analyze. So I think that if they had a little bit more of the information that we have now, such as, you know, certain of the genetic, the DNA sequencing and things of that nature, that they might come up with a different conclusion about the origin of the Caucasian. I don't think that they would be readily willing to say that he was an evolved or just a plain mutated form of the African. What do you think, Tommy?
That's really what the science is centered around. A lot of people, Brother Bourne, they get caught up and they assume that when they're talking about human origins and the progression of these hominins to man, that science really orchestrated around explaining the coming to being of the European, not for all other people.
Mm-hmm.
One video, I remember we did a show a while back, that RH negative out of Africa video. Remember that video, brother? I forgot who sent it to me.
Yeah, I remember. Yeah. I remember. Yeah. Remember we exactly.
And he asked the question: what grows horns on their forehead? What has horns?
A tail.
Has sex with other animals. You see what I'm saying? That was his opening. He went 3 hours and 38 minutes.
It's the same brother. Yeah, it's the same brother. It's the same brother. And he came back. Yeah, he came back with another one. Go ahead, Tommy.
What they confuse you is, and I ask a lot of people this: how can you put a genetic type on a linguistic group? People talk about the genetic, Brother Ngozi, for example. He'll talk about the Hyksoids and the mixing process. And he'll right, these people are culturally defined by a linguistic diversity, meaning it's all language, really. Meaning when Dr. Clark said, I've never heard anybody give a clear definition of what an anti-Semitic is, right? Mm-hmm. So you can't tell me if you can't tell me what a Semitic is, you can't tell me what an anti-Semitic is. Right?
Exactly.
So to say that means, what the fuck is a Semitic-speaking group? And how are you putting a genetic type to these Semitic-speaking people? You see the point I'm making?
Mm-hmm.
You can't do that.
Yeah. How can you define it is you can't define them genetically through a language. And that's the main beat that we've always been having with that situation where you defining, when you go from the Arab to the Turk to Persian, they all the same.
Mhm. Now, what's good to look at in terms of where certain bones are left of these hominids.
Mhm.
One thing that is significant about the Israel area is that that's what they use to support the cohabitation theory, meaning that's where they find the Neanderthal. That's the Neanderthal didn't go past that Israel border.
Mhm.
That's important. And Ngozi does put that in perspective because he contextualizes it over it being that contention with these people coming into, this has been something that's been since these people came out that thought out icebox. You know what I mean? In regards to coming down and trying to disrupt other civilizations. Well, they didn't have no civilization, but disrupting the current civilizations, and that's the contention right now. A lot of people they get caught up in the detail. Like, for example, another thing to throw out there: these genus groups, Afrikaners and shit like that.
Mm-hmm.
If you really ask the question, if you really read, they're not going to give you no clear. It's not based on genetic difference. It's based on when it was found and who found it. So they put in other, and then there's no, you can't examine and say, well, how do we know that this is a distinctive genus group, and how do we know this is not a genetic anomaly? Meaning, if we were to find Africans, an example, if we were to find Africans in America today, what would be some differences we would find in bones? You see what I'm saying? Over time. You can't, that's how you would use, that's the type of logic you would use in regards to the European, you see what I'm saying? And if somebody has some kind of osteoporosis, some kind of bone disease, for example, it's up to us to distinguish between, okay, this is not how all of them didn't have this bone disease. It's only point to a few people, and this is how we be able to make those conclusions. These motherfuckers, when you look at how they give you all this detail, first thing you gotta look at is what is the fossil record? What does the fossil record have? A kneecap, a rib bone. That's it. In some cases, So those, all those items are of contention because it's all in regards to who started the whole, I call it the category system. And that category system has parameters. And one of the things that's fucked up about the whole thing, evolution, is that if it falls out of those parameters, they'll be classified as a new group. But they will never change the whole skis, the whole fucking racket. That's what you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. That's what we caught up in this different schism right here. So we're going shake it out. We're going to shake it out. Put everything in the right place. Yeah. We're going to definitely shake this thing right on now. Black Power, what's going on out there? Brother Little, that's you out there. Sister Camille, let's see who out there. Y'all out there, family?
Black Power.
All right, Black Power, what's going on today?
I hate the fucking cracker beast.
Keep Fourier.
That's where I'm at, family. They bring all kind of diseases and shit, Yo, I hate the fucking cracker beast, real talk.
But you got two theories going around. We ride with the out of Africa model because it's practical and actual, right? Now Dr. Clark made this, and I'm kind of sensualized, but that's the model. The out of Africa model is used for African people in regards to us knowing that yes, we all can be found scattered throughout the world, but in regards to home, in regards to the origin, the only place that seems to be, where you can live on is Africa. We're talking about during the last Wormian before the Warmian Ice Age period. So during this last Ice Age period, Africa was favorable because the majority of the world was in ice. You see what I'm saying? And Africa being situated on both halves of the equator was just right for life to sprout out. Now, the European, remember, the science began with stating off that first off, nigga, we different from everybody else on the planet, and we here to look over all y'all lesser breeds, right? And to some extent, that's the overtone that's still alive within the curriculum. You see the point I'm making?
Mm-hmm.
So for the contrast to our African model is the multi-continuity model. This is saying that yes, there were certain hominids, and now they're changing that they've changed the whole classification scheme now, where you've got apes, monkeys, and so forth in one category, but the multi-regional continuity theory says that we left as Homo erectus. And as Homo erectus, we left and went to our, countries that we reside in now. The Homo erectus branched and went into Asia, one went into Europe. And it was then within our own environment, we evolved from Homo erectus into Homo sapien, right? Okay, that's fine, all right. But they have you to believe that when one species comes to being, one dies off, right? But if you put the timeline together, you're gonna see this shit. You're gonna see motherfuckers overlapping. You're gonna see it's a period. Not in the beginning. We're talking about 200,000 years. We can brag about being here, and nobody been here to another 1,000 years, 100,000 years. 100,000 years we find hominins in Asia, but we don't find the Neanderthal till 50,000 years. These dates is even suspect, y'all. You gotta watch the dates because carbon dating can only go back so far. This is what the cracker telling me. You see what I'm saying? But what's wrong with that model is, as Shaker the Deal pointed out, if that's the case, then why did some of them die off? Meaning some of them Homo erectus died off, and there seems to be a period of blankness. And then all of a sudden, these modern humans in that area pop up. You got to watch the wordplay too, because certain, when they say anatomical Homo sapiens, no, that's the African. But when it comes to anatomical Homo sapiens been found in Europe, they get a whole different title. They get called Cro-Magnon man. You see what I'm saying? When you look at the word Cro-Magnon man, it's going to say this is the first anatomical European. There is no European sign.
No, you're right about that. It ain't no Europe.
So, you got to know a little bit about, it kind of go back to what you were speaking on, Brother Bourne, with the Planet of the Apes theory. When at the end of the movie, when John was wandering to by the beach, by the shoreline, you see the Statue of Liberty and shit, in the Forbidden Zone, and that has some psychological. That psychological omission has truth and merit to it in regards to what the fuck is going on now, in regards to this warped reality paradigm that this European got motherfuckers in. You know what I mean? He got motherfuckers thinking that we all evolved from apes. One spectrum of the totem pole, he got motherfuckers believing that we only been around for 6,000 years, and it's really hypocritical. You see what I'm saying?
And you're saying that, you mentioned that Planet of the Apes. Me and Brother Little was speaking on that. And, it was a very interesting thing after looking at that documentary and just rethinking over the new Planet of the Apes and seeing how Caesar came to be. His mother was genetically altered through some type of chemical. She gave birth to him. And what he did was genetically alter a whole troop of apes at once. And those apes were able to, when they had babies, their babies was genetically altered also. Where it wasn't something like, it wasn't just like a regular mutation. You feel me? They didn't just mutate it to, Caesar didn't just mutate it to a point where he could talk. It was because his mother was genetically altered that he was able to talk. And so it was a very interesting thing when they were, when the people went in there and they was dealing with him, and he got up and he started to talk. And, they were shocked about it. And that's the same thing we're dealing with these Caucasians right now. One of the things is that we're dealing with the people who, by what they say, per what they say, they have a certain percentage of Neanderthal in them. Now, people pretend as though this is something that's, it's minor. We shouldn't really worry about that. That's some archaic type of hominid or whatever have you. My thing is this. There is the theory of evolution is blown out by them having that Neanderthal in the sub-Saharan African not having it. Because how do you have a genetic variant inside of you that is totally, of a separate species? And I say they're separate species because once they did the mitochondrial DNA on the Neanderthal, it went back to something that it didn't go back to human. It was non-human. The mitochondrial DNA was non-human. So how does a quote-unquote human get a non-human species variant inside their genetics?
Brother Born, that's a good thing, everything you're saying, because the way I'm looking at it like the Kraken beast is using evolution the same way he used those religions of perversion, to make himself human, to give himself a human nature.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? Because what you said is dead on. How do you explain that genetic variant? How do you do it? And it's not in the sub-Saharan African.
Mm-hmm.
The first mother and father on the planet.
And, that was, the big thing to me was once I seen the information that the Neanderthal mitochondrial line did not go back to human, automatically that's a red flag right there. That's a red flag. That's a red flag. That automatically has to sound off the alarms.
Like for example, you even gotta watch what is the genetic difference between an African and the sub-Saharan African? See, when it comes to certain other human beings, it's classified strictly off of phenotype. See the point I'm making?
Mm-hmm.
What's the sub-Saharan Africa? The dark-skinned African, right? So genetically, there's a difference between the sub-Saharan African and the how many different kind of Africans are there now? Since we have to specifically define one as being sub-Saharan.
Yeah, see, I think that now this is how I'm seeing that they use. Now this is how I'm seeing that they use the sub-Saharan African thing, not by phenotype, but because they know right there at that borderline, right there when you go above the Sahara Desert, that is so close to the Mediterranean that if you just started checking genetics there now, that a lot of those people would have European DNA inside of them right now. You feel me? Through all the time of mixing. That's how I look at how they because I don't look at it as they breaking it up between it's just the dark skin, because they have to include the Khoisan, who all the way in South Africa.
True, so but Brother Bourne, that do allow for semantics to be played, because if you're like Brother Minkarab brought out, if you're saying sub-Saharan African, then what other kind of Africans are there?
Are there?
You're either African or you ain't.
Yeah, true indeed. I definitely don't knock that. No, I understand. That's all. I understand on both ends. I was just saying that I'm looking at like maybe they might be trying to pull that right there, but there is no other African but the African, and anything else is something outside of the genome.
Right. See, if anything, we would use that type of scheme with other people who don't have strong African phenotypical characteristics, meaning we should say sub-Saharan Caucasian. That's the Italian. You see the point of the sub-Mediterranean. Caucasian, is the Italian. Because we can see more of the watering down of them under a microscope than we be able to see differences in us. Does that make sense? Meaning, if the African is the original, right? And they say that the African has the most diverse alleles, right? Meaning we have the most genetic potential, right? That means if you look on a microscope, you might see 1 million allele phenotypical genetic traits. Whereas you look at the recessive European, you'll find a smaller number. So you'll be able more to isolate them than us. You see the point I'm making? But they use that scheme in regards to us. Europeans all get put. See, the Europeans, most all people who are African, they fall under a linguistic cultural category, meaning they like to pride themselves, the Dutch, the English, the Italian, they like to pride themselves on being so different from one another, but in actuality, they're more genetically connected than we are as African people, and their only differences lie within a small difference of culture and language. You see the point? That's something that Chancellor Williams opened up in his book, Destruction of Black Civilizations, when he said he did his 2-year study there. He said even though there was over that little email sent to us, 2,000 languages in Africa, family. If we would have used the same scheme that these Europeans, see, they're so divided among themselves, Africa would be 2,000 nations under one continent. But we don't. But even though we have that diversity, we so diverse and complex, but so simple. You see the point I'm making? So if there's 2,000 African languages, which one do the sub-Saharan African fall under? It's too many to even compare because we've been around for so long. We have so many we have so many positive genetic mutations, and I'm using mutations as a formal word in regards to having to adapt and stepping up, you know what I'm saying, on a genetic level to survive.
Yeah. Genetic adaptations.
Yeah. You brought up a good point, Brother Born, and that's really what Solomon did a good job on breaking down, and that's what was the true meaning behind Charles Darwin's book, Origin of Species. And I did a PowerPoint on this for a class. I had 7 minutes, and once I got into the third slide, my shit got dropped down to 5 minutes, right? And I brought up two things that's important when it comes to Charles Darwin. 1859, the original title of his book is called Origin of Species, or, and in the small print it says, The Preservation of Favored Races in the Struggle for Life. In 1872, he changed that. I noted that in that documentary about Ma'afa, right? The queen was breaking that down very, 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 very deeply. She was showing you how the whole the scientific racism was coming into being, and that was one of the ways that they brought it into being. One of the facets they did it. You see what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. Charles Darwin gave them the ideology to bring that shit into being without using the word evolution. He used natural selection. But listen to that. Listen to that. Look, Origin of Species, or the preservation of favored races in a struggle for life. This book coming out after slavery, family. He's an Englishman. That book written in 1859. We going through this in the class right now. The misnomer about the British, meaning on one hand the British outlawed slavery in Britain, but was still indulging in slavery in outside colonies, making money. See what I'm saying?
Yes, sir.
Well, I'm glad you brought him up because I was going to bring him up dealing with Brother Solomon's PowerPoint in the aspect that, I don't trust nothing that they say regarding evolution because, as Brother Solomon pointed out in his presentation, Charles Darwin was a part of the eugenics bullshit. So, his whole point was to show natural selection, tie that into white fucking racist crack and beat supremacy and the abuse and oppression of our people at the end of the day. So I don't believe anything they say. And
now, that's a misnomer as well, Queen. That's a misnomer as well. Charles Darwin was actually just, it was his cousin, Francis Darwin, who put that eugenics. Actually, eugenics, the first word for eugenics was social Darwinism. Social Darwinism came from his book, so it was his cousin who refined this shit. That nigga Darwin,
true, but
he was a born ass cracker. He watched birds, he watched all type of shit. He was really a born ass cracker who indulged in incest, and he didn't have the desire. It was his cousin Francis Galton who had that how can I put it? He was a polymath.
I appreciate that, but my whole point being is that natural selection bullshit was used to justify white supremacy over us, that they were superior and we were inferior, okay? And that justified that madness that we endured under the motherfucking cracker beat. But my whole point of bringing that up anyhow, brother, is that I find it very suspicious their age of Renaissance. When you tie in them invading our continent and having their hands on secret scrolls, scientific materials, I find it very suspicious, the entire age of Renaissance. And a lot of the scientists, their quote-unquote scientists of that period, like Galileo and so on and so forth, did have a relationship with the fucking Catholic Church, who at the time, the Romans, who at the time had a lot of our documentation thanks to the Melkite Coptic traitor Egyptians.
I did that quick, but when we talk about Charles Darwin, we talking about the English Protestant Church. We talk about the Western European trying to separate themselves from Catholicism, but actually doing the same damn thing, but just using different methodology. Like the double talk. It was the English really who created the double talk, because on one hand, yes, they outlawed slavery in the I don't want to call it a state, in the country of England itself, but was engaged in the slave trade throughout the whole world. You see what I'm saying? I'm not defending none of these crackers. I'm just putting these crackers, in the chronological category in which one, how they came to be to this point it is now. But it was Charles Darwin first. We talking about late 1800s. Late 1800s. And that's a good point you brought up too. The Renaissance for the European as a whole, in which they brag about, was really during the Mediterranean. The English Renaissance is during this 18th century period, when they speak Sir Isaac Newton, all these crackers, they all coming from England. They really peer students, because they all kind of start the same years and eras and so forth, and they seem to be advocating the same thing with the Protestant movement. You know what I mean?
That would make sense, right? Because we know that the Protestants, the Martin Luther bastards that you mentioned in the Cracker Beast, at the end of the day, he had a relationship with the Knights Templar. Okay? You will find that relationship. I'm sorry.
Right. The Knights Templar from France. France and England always had a good relationship. In fact, when it was King, I want to call the nigga Gay Lionheart, when he got his ass whooped during that crusades, he really came back home because his lover, the French prince, was going to be king. He was going to inherit both France and England, right? The French and the British like to play this game as if they compete with one another, but in actuality, they got a long history, support one another. So you could write the relationship with the Knights of Templar being French. Who punished the French? Who punished the Knights of Templar? The Catholic Church. You see what I'm saying?
True that. And they were, thanks to the brother Priest Isaac, they were taken in by Robert the Bruce of Scotland. And then you can see how they then migrated down into England and set up shop there as well. Because at the time in 1700, when we got Prince Hall, the brother Prince Hall, who had to petition the Grand Lodge in Old England to have his African lodge to be recognized. So we know they're by the 1700s. The Knights Templar are now morphed into the Freemasons, got a strong foothold in motherfucking England and rocking with the Protestants.
Now what they got in common? Now what they got in common? Dr. Clark broke this down very, very eloquently, very simple. When it came to the French and the British coming around to the slave trade, because they got into the slave trade late, the French looked over to the Englishmen looked over to the French, and both of them showed their discontent towards the English king, the queen. And both of them said that, I don't see no queen here. Why should she? I forget how he. I'm paraphrasing, but to some extent, I don't see her here. Basically, and if she's not here present, why should we give her gratitude? And if I'm doing my thing, you doing your thing. Hey, I ain't got nothing to say about you. You ain't got nothing to say about me. And let us both get rich off this trade. And let us both basically serve this Protestant movement. Now, Protestant movement, like you said, is basically a Freemasonry movement. Ali Muhammad broke that down when he had the debate, and I don't even know if he was you, but when he brought that Freemasonry Bible in there, and I like watching them type of niggas debate because you get facts both of them. When he said that the one thing that you have to know about all Masons is that they take an oath. They take an oath to hold up any legacy of Jesus Christ. And that's the Protestant movement in regards to, in the Catholic movement, Jesus is like number 13, I think, of one of the highest motherfuckers they go regard to. That's crazy, huh?
It is, and I would like to be a little bit more specific. When I say Protestant, I want to make it clear. I'm speaking on Christianity because, in all honesty, from what I've studied so far about Ma'afa, no one was more vicious than the cracker beast of England under the guise of Christianity. Now, we can say Christopher Colon, the cracker beast Spaniard Jews and so on and so forth. They were horrific, particularly when they went to the Caribbean and the sick shit that they did there. But in terms of the longevity of the most unspeakable brutality, let's be real, the motherfucking cracker beast that came over here from England, they're drones of humanity, as Dr. Clark said. Well, horrific to our people. They were, under the guise of Christianity, they did the most, they were disgusting. The brutality that they did to our people, I can't even really find the words, as you can see, to describe it. So, Christianity, Protestant, all the same shit as far as I'm concerned, and like I said before, they really did. England, when they got into the slave trade, the horrors were 10 times what they already were, if you can't even imagine.
Mm-hmm. I agree with you that, they all one and the same. I just like explaining the details to the fact that they're not all unified as like they would like to portray themselves to be. You know what I'm saying? In regards to them unifying, they unify in regards to what needs to be done to us. But that's about it. They can't stand one another. You see what I'm saying? That's real talk.
Mm-hmm.
White folks do not desire the company of other white folks.
And that's something that I'm thrilled about.
Mm-hmm. The only time they come together is when they're socializing in their savagery, like through a public hanging or something like that. After that, they go their separate way. You know what I'm saying?
But like that documentary, I haven't gotten through the whole thing yet. But he showed how they had that same violent behavior as the chimpanzee.
Now that's I think that's a social construction right there, because right now they're studying two primate groups right now in Africa, right? They're studying chimpanzees and they study pygmy chimpanzees. They call bonobos, right? They got complete opposite character behaviors, meaning chimpanzees are aggressive as fuck, and they engage in organized hunting. I'm talking about organized where these crackers, they showing this shit in infrared, right? You got like 16, right? These motherfuckers, they marching up, they unifying like armies, right? 16 to 20, right? and then they hunting bush babies, right? It's a small type of monkey, right? They hunting bush babies and eating the bush babies. Now, when they show you the screen, they show you the bush babies like yellow. The 20 to 30 chimpanzees is red, right? What they're doing is they're showing that they're not just primitively hunting, that these niggas organized. Because on the other end of the forest, it was one chimpanzee alone waiting for them to follow the motherfucking bush baby there, right? Now, you look at the bonobos, the pygmy chimpanzees, all they do is have sex all day. It's very open sex, right? Very, right? Now, I heard this.
Yeah, man, we playing phone tag. I can't catch you, man.
Now, my papa told me this a while back. He said, to show you the nature of the cracker, he said he took some blood and slapped it on some leaves and then put it in the jungle, right?
I know.
And you had,
I feel the same way because I've been you too.
Monkeys eating blood, right?
That's Miss Cunningham.
What the fuck is talking, man?
Somebody talking at the side. Hold on. Somebody on them. All right. I muted them. Yeah, they listening, but they talking on the phone at the same time. It's like they in on our show, but talking to somebody else. I just muted it, though.
Yeah. My papa told me, he said the cracker took some blood and slapped it on some leaves and threw it in the jungle, and the next thing you know, you see a monkey slowly eating those leaves, and then the next thing you know, you see them hunting, and you see the motherfuckers fighting over a bone. Over 20 years. I think they created that shit in regards to, people tell you don't give a dog raw blood. Once they get a taste of blood, they turn wild. You know what I'm saying? And we know that when the European opens up in psychology, they tell you that psychology came with first watching animal behavior. So they tell you that if you feed an animal, that animal will always come back to that spot innately. You see what I'm saying? So they use that to control, you know what I'm saying, animal behavior. Another cracker took the bull and hooked up wires to this bull and the sensor. He wanted to see if he could tap this bull and if he could get the bull to stop in mid-stride. And after the bull, after the surgery for the sensors healed up, he put him out there. The matador got him, and when he pushed the button, that motherfucker damn near had a seizure, but he stopped in mid-stride. And they do the same thing with a cat. And they find out that the hypothalamus, they controls anger and so forth. So this is how they weaponize information. So when they're looking at things, it's not from how we think it is at all in regards to the outcome of certain things. So when you see chimpanzees fighting over a bone, or you see chimpanzees, and this is coming from Europeans, and when you ask the natives don't give no mythologies, no kind of folklore to ascribe to the hunting type of, we're going to hunt them down like the chimpanzees. So this is something that's new.
Okay, brother, that may be.
But
what is not new? I'm sorry, Brother Florence. All I'm trying to say, why I brought that up, is what is real is that the cracker beef, from the time it has come out of wherever it's come from, has been a violent motherfucker.
Mm-hmm.
That's all I was saying. You know what I'm saying? So if they made the chimpanzees violent, so be it. But the reality is that is who they are.
I think that I'm looking at it like this. I'm looking at it that the African is not, he's just not ape-like. So he's not going, he just don't look at how he's going at things in the same mannerism as the chimp. I think that the reason why the Caucasian is so interested in it is because he understands that is his predecessor. And I understand where you're coming from, though, Nicaragua, that they do create, social constructs for things so they can describe what they're dealing with and with their own self. But I'm gonna do some further research on just chimpanzee activity. Especially like chimpanzees that are not readily disturbed by humans and things of that nature. And one of the and even the brother inside the documentary cited some information on chimpanzees that were not disturbed by humans having that same just overly aggressive nature that you were talking about, hunting down other animals inside their territory, and not only other animals but chimpanzees their own self. were hunting down other chimpanzee groups, killing them, taking their land, and eating their food. And that was one of the things that was the correlation between how the Euro nut, as the Euro nut, how he goes about his conquest of the planet, is that he finds wherever, he goes any and everywhere, hunts down the people, eat your food, take your land.
I tell you something else that I found fascinating.
Bring that about, but I'm more inclined to think that that the animal. I don't want to put that animal out there like the animal just so bad. We don't want to blame all the cracker traits on the animals. He's just something different.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying.
Nor did I think I was doing that. I was just citing something that I saw from the brother's documentary. But something that I found fascinating that I was stuck on was the relationship between Sirius and Ra, and also us on the planet. I'm going to really go in on that. I really want to see if there's some validity to the things that he was saying. And I know our ancestors definitely studied Sirius and had it held it in high regard. You know what I'm saying, for lack of a better word. So I really want to look into that and the elongated shaping of the skull. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that was. No, that was some very interesting information that he gave. Very interesting. I have a couple different books on Sirius and just dealing with the Dogons actually, and their understanding of Sirius and how if it's not a being, they definitely ascribe to energy that comes from Sirius to the planet. You know what I'm saying? To help elevate, at least elevation of thought. There's definitely some type of correlation that the Dogons make with Sirius A, B, and C, with them bringing forth energy to this planet right here. But Sister Camille, I'm with you on the thing about the cracker being chimp-like. I'm with you on that right there. I'm thinking he's more chimp-like. I'm thinking that he's looking at my thought is that he's looking at nature and seeing things in nature so he can try to understand why he is like he is, because he understands that he is part hominid, some type of animal mixed with a human, and he's just trying to get some type of understanding of his own self. Me and Brother Little was talking. He said, one of the reasons that we might not be able to get over on this Euro nut is because we are not looking at the chimps and looking at the animals and thinking of a mannerism to defeat them. We're looking at him more like a human and how we could defeat a human, but we're not dealing with humans. We're actually dealing with, in actuality, dealing with a beast in real life. Look, you can't cut that. You can't cut that. You can't take that, and that, like you said, that's not us being racist. That's the facts.
I was more I got more respect and admiration for the chimpanzee itself and as being the creation of Ra, comparing all to no motherfucking cracker. I'm saying it from a planet. I would be more. I feel more secure with making that statement than to rationalize him being something that's organic from this planet, because the known being that he's always been here. And
I don't think he always been here. See, that's why I don't think he always been here. I'm saying he is not always been here. See, I'm not giving him that type of credit as he has already been here or has always been here. If his genetics have some type of primate that's already here, that doesn't make him be here. He's still some type of created being because he just started existing. He has a start date that we can go back and see his start date. So I wouldn't give he definitely don't get no pass on that. He don't get no pass on that. I'm saying that he has origins. His origins though are they come from hybridization of things that are already existing. That's where I say his origin is through the hybridization of like I said, mixing and matching genetics, because that's the only way. That's the only way that you can have a separate species inside of your genes and you still be able to create babies that can have babies. Because you can't cross species and have babies that are fertile. You're not going to cross species and have fertile children. They're not going to be fertile if you have some children. That's the same thing like tigers and lions. They can have the baby, but they're not fertile. So how do you have a separate species genome inside of you and still be fertile? In any other way than genetic manipulation. Somebody spliced it. Somebody went into the gene and put that in there and then began to breed that shit out.
That's why I think the theory of Yaku and the story of Frankenstein have some truth to it in regards to the cracker.
Listen. Did you say that shit? And remember we were talking about that, and I was thinking about who Moses is. I'm like, Elijah Muhammad had a slick story with that. Because what he was saying about Moses, his story was that Moses was more like somebody who went up there and civilized them white people up there in the cave. Now you can start to look at the Moors in that same mannerism, because the name goes along, the Moors and Moses, whatever, because the Moors during 7-11 went up there in the cave and civilized them motherfuckers. And I think that what he was doing, he used the biblical story as best as he could to describe some shit that was on the ground.
Mm-hmm. And my point is, what this brother brought up, if it's legit, right, let's think about it. If the ancestors, we know they was highly intelligent because of the pyramids that they built, right? We know they was dealing with ill science. Now, his premise is that they was on this planet longer than what the crackers say. A lot longer, right? And as Brother Bourne mentioned, they tried to humanize, let's just say the ape, for example. I'm just saying, for example. Right? Knowing how they were, they would have had extensive records, right? When the cracker beast came in and invaded our shit, right? They got a hold of these records. Where did the cracker Farad come with this shit? Mm-hmm. Okay? Yaku, I don't believe the actual person named Yaku. I'm not going with it. Mm-mm. But if this is true, the ancestors would have extensive record monitoring the progress, like scientists. They were scientists now, high-level scientists that we ain't seen on the planet yet, because we know can't nobody do them pyramids. They can't fuck with that. And we know this civilization that we got today is based upon the records that they got their hands on. Harvard Medical, come on now. The Ebers Papyrus.
Now we're getting in.
Now you know that correlate with what I was talking about. You know that correlate with what I was talking about the Renaissance period that they had when they really got to go in and start to take extensive amounts of records. All of a sudden they had a tremendous jump in science immediately. And then when the Germans went back in there, the Germans came back out with a whole leap in science, and the Germans really went directly into genetic manipulation. They were like, oh, this is what we're going to do. We about to create a whole new race of people. Damn, we got some shit for y'all. They went directly into it immediately, like out of nowhere. We're going to start to, and so where do you get that from? But besides that it already existed somewhere else and you found out about it.
Coming out of the Dark Ages. Come on,
now let's get back to that creation part right there, right? What's some of the characteristics of some of the deities in Egypt? And who does the European venerate? It was said that Typhon had white skin.
Yeah. And
they deified Typhon through the eating of boars.
Yeah, you're right.
In the Bible, this is their mythology. It was said that Jesus performed an exorcism by drowning some swine. He would take the soul, the spirit, and put it in pigs.
But, Brother Minkara, let's build on that, because that's also a stolen story of Asar. I'm not Asar, Haru. That's what Haru was supposed to have done after he battled Set and his conspirators. Cast their spirit in the swine.
Yup. Now, that's exactly. They put them spirits in the swine. Now, when Jesus threw to put the swine on the thing, then it was some type of demons in them. And he said, there's many of us called legions. There's a legion of demons inside.
Non-African hominids have in common with pork. The Asians like pork because it's sweet meat, and Europeans like pork. We eat this shit now, but it's because we've been conditioned to through our contact with them. But if you were a created being, if you was a creation of Seth Typhon, you would have to survive off this, you see what I'm saying? And what they all have in common, Africans ain't never been traditionally big pork eaters, because, look, it's too hot on Africa, nigga. If we slaughtered that pig this morning, by noon, it's going to be already decomposing. See what I'm saying? You have to have a strong stomach, like a lion or something to eat a pig, my nigga. You see what I'm saying? If we did, it was a delicacy, like Dr. Clark said. It was done in a ceremonial type of way. And it was invoking in the spirits of the swine, because the swine was known as a scavenger. Before Europeans knew, you know what I'm saying? How do Europeans know about the pig? The European ain't been observing the swine long enough to know its characteristics, so he getting it from what somebody else taught him or learned it from his master.
And I want to fuck with y'all a little bit. Legion, as Brother Paul mentioned, Legion in the medical realm, that's a skin disease. All right? A legion, that's a skin abnormality.
And that's where I was coming from with it. Like, listen, in the Bible, it seems like they coded what's going on. They're telling you that, look, man, somebody put something inside or some other shit right here. They giving you a hint to it. You just have to be able to read through the goddamn, the rhetoric.
Right. Now, the Typhon began with the setting of Ra, right? So he was known to be on the west, right? So let's look at America as being the western, right? The western world, America, right? Since the Europeans been here, they got a special look at it on Animal Planet. America is infested with hogs. Wild hog. If that little pig, if that motherfucker spend 90 days in the wild, it will turn to a feral hog. That pink pig, that its legs that quickly, it will make that adaptation that quickly. It will grow hair. It will grow tufts. It will go, you know what I'm saying? That little pink motherfucker will be looking black or brown, have hair. It won't be fat anymore. Its legs will augmentate so it look longer, so it can run longer and faster. 90 days. Right? They got motherfuckers getting paid right now to hunt them motherfuckers. We got crackers on helicopters with big heats, killing pigs. Too much to eat. Now, the pig ain't been naturally known over here to the European contact. So you will see the land of Seth Typhon being one swarm with pigs, right?
That's deep. Wow. That's deep.
Damn. Yeah, Minkara, you just put me
like the world in this bullshit.
But you know something, Brother Boy? I think that, because you know how I feel about the religions of perversion and particularly that Bible. I do want to say I think that you really need to have some kind of foundation of ancient African history and folklore before you go to the Bible. So you can see where some shit come from. You know what I'm saying?
True indeed. Listen, I want to say this real quick. It's open lines tonight. You know, it's Slaughterhouse Saturday. We're dealing with whether or not the Caucasian is a mutation, evolution, or a genetically manipulated being. You know what I'm saying? And when we say a mutation or evolution, whether they mutated or evolved out of the African, or are they some type of crossbred, genetically spliced hominid, ape, primate, back with the African. I like to say this, though. If you got your line open, if you got noise in your background, please mute your line. If you want to say something, we don't mind. Unmute your microphone and speak. But if you don't have anything to say, please mute your line because we don't want to hear your background noise.
I got something to say.
Black Power, what's your name? Just say your name real quick and add on.
It's Brother Garfield here, man. Brother Garfield here, man. We know that the white man is basically he's just not natural to be around. You know what I'm saying? He's not built to be around. That's why they in the sun trying to tan and go to tanning salon. They're trying to be like us. They're trying to get dark. You know? So I mean, as far as genetic wise, I mean, you know, it's weaker. They got a calcified pineal gland. So you know what it is already. But that's where I leave it right there, bro. Otherwise, I'll just listen.
Black Power. All right.
Yeah, man.
You know, one of the things that I was looking at though is remember we were dealing with the evolution before, and one thing that they do, which I really noticed, is that they create the reconstruction of the hominids really based off of humans and not off of primates, where you would more than likely, because of skull structure, because you know, in here I got the, you know, they show the skull structure. If you look at the skull structure, it would more be like a primate than a human's face. But when they do the reconstruction, they normally turn them into something that does not look primate like. It looks very modern human, you know.
First thing you need to do with that is look at the bone fossil record. See the fossil record and the illustration. The illustration omit the political correctiveness on which the information needs to be portrayed, right? Fossil record host, you know, that's why I said to go back to interpretation. So you got people who just found those bones, dated it, identified it, cataloged it, and that's it. Then you got somebody who came along and interpreted and put their own conclusions on it under the guise of their scholarship. Scholarship or not, you have to have the common sense to be able to, you know, see the political position of this individual, right? Otherwise, you'll take the information and you'll do like most people do and just propagate it as truth when actuality is propaganda. It's meant to, you know, like I like this topic being right in record with the topic of who's betraying the African Holocaust, because to some extent, those people who fabricate that lie, those who give life to it to keep it alive, still do it in regards to the original thought that was going into making it, and that's, if it's going against African principles, it's going to still do harm to us. And that's the whole layout, because they'll give you this scheme, right? They'll basically draw a line between the biological evolution of man and the social transition of man. So they'll say, yes, we came out of Africa theory, right? And he can or her, they can come into fashion of making you think that they're under the out of Africa model, right? So you'll be like, okay, they're not multi-continuity, okay. But then the minute that they come with this Sumeria thing, they're still same thing, because what they're saying is that, yes, the first modern man came out of the womb of Africa, Ethiopia, right? Golden Mangors, right? Whatever reference, you can use many sites in Africa, because there's not one true, right? We got so many phones, right? Because we set the parameter, right? So we can use any one. If we measure it to who? Europeans. We can pick any one, because we're that old. You know, who are we measuring it to in regards to how old they are? You see what I'm saying? That's really the difference, man. And they stand out. They stand out, but they'll have you to believe, you know, but take the first notion that they came into the science with. The European came into the science with the intention, we're different from the rest of you motherfuckers. So before we even had the science to prove it,
they already.
he said we did from y'all. Then when the science came back, That's what I ask. What did he find in himself to say, you know, we're all just the same. You know what I mean? We should all just get along. But I'm still here. I can't. You're right. What? Damn, you found some heat. What'd you find?
Exactly.
Just how much different he are. That nigga found out that nigga ain't even human.
Yup, exactly. Exactly. It's like, you went so hard to try to separate yourself that once you found that you was separate, you was like, nah, I don't want to be separate like that. That ain't the separation I was looking for. I didn't want to separate until I was a damn monkey. That I'm some type of mixed breed.
Divinity and royalty have found abomination.
And you know, you saying that when like I said, you know, you dealing with the when they start to do the restructuring or the, you know, when they want to show you what these things look like. One of the things that they never take into account is where they find them at, because you can't find, you know, if you live in Georgia, you living in like Siberia, you know, in Russia. You're not living in Russia as, like, with no, this homo, let me see, this homo de Georgius. You're not living there with no fur. You're gonna have to be able to, you're gonna have adaptive, your body is gonna be adaptive to that climate. You know what I mean? So you're not gonna be there where you got your chest out, no fur on your body, your face, you know, you got hair on your face, fur on your face a little bit, but you're going to be because you can't survive inside that environment without being adapted to it. And if you're not totally human, meaning that you're there making your own clothes and shit like that, then, man, you're going to have to be furry as hell, man. You can't just come in and show people. And that's one of the things that they really slight when dealing with a lot of these reconstructions of these hominids, because they're not humans.
Mm-hmm. So take the psychological admission that they give you, right? They speaking on, you hear about in the Bible that God turned man into monkeys and let them run. You ever heard that story in the Bible? Don't tell the Bible what Dr. Clark said. Keep that motherfucker. It's telling you about him. Mm-hmm. He said that he was made in the image of God. Who was God? The black man. This is how like Muhammad used the Bible. You see what I'm saying? He said he was made in the image of God. Right? In the Garden of Eden. Listen to the story. Listen to the clone. Only a clone can make a clone. I learned this. The strand gonna stay solid. If the strand got right, I had a couple of strands. Right, maybe if I splice it here, right? No, them motherfuckers are hermaphrodite. It's gonna always spring up seeds. Get out of here. See what I'm saying? It ain't gonna turn it. It's gonna only produce. Everything has a conscious. Professor Mackey said carnal sense of essence, right? Meaning, if you mash it, it got something. Right? What is his purpose? What is the black man's purpose? Right? To live or create. Right? Every species has a code that Allah gives them existence. Right? Only a clone can make a clone. So when you see white folks cloning sheep, nothing come from nothing. As Idi Amin say, right? Yeah. Don't create more nothing, right? Look how Europeans create synthetic poisons that are not natural. He can take something real and get 1,000 synthetic things from it. How is that?
And you know, that was man. You know, that was one of the things about how, you know, I'm just, like I said, you know, we're doing the documentaries and watching some of this stuff this weekend. You know, one of the points that one of the documentaries brought up was that it wasn't that the white man beat us through superior weaponry. He just was more diseased than us. So anytime he came around people, he just you just caught diseases from him. He wiped you out through disease. He just was so filthy that even, you know, if he just got around you, you know, say we were going, you wanted to build a treaty with him. Say, all right, now listen, we're going, all right, you coming to visit as a treaty. We're going. As soon as you start to shaking his hand, your ass is going down. because he was so filthy and just not knowing of being a clean creature that he just made us sick. And we dropped dead from what did the man say? From his funky ass. And we see, and we could really see that in reality with dealing with the Native Americans and the smallpox. He was so dirty and filthy that how do you get smallpox in all these blankets? But you already have it, and y'all just sleep in it, cough, you give them to everybody, all of y'all sick, and then you take it around the blankets back up and give them to the people, knowing that y'all are almost immune to it, but they not at all.
Mhm. That's fascinating. When you look at that, I heard a white professor, right, Dr. What's his cracking name? Russell Barber out of Yale University, right? Teaching at Cal State University, San Bernardino, right? This motherfucker, when it comes to certain themes in Native American history, he could come off a little insecure, but when it came to the demise of the Native Americans, he seemed highly confident. That nigga cracked look at me, my honest, 95% were wiped out with disease alone, and then gave a little sigh, like a little, huh. And you know what? That wasn't the Europeans. They didn't come there with that desire. He said when Jefferson did that, look at the year Jefferson used that tactic. That was light. So he already knew that, that they're already dying out. In fact, smallpox had rose again. But initially, when we talking about 1619, the date that they used, 1619, and that's on the East Coast, was the Pilgrim arrival, right? But, that's for the English, but it's 3 motherfucking European nations that came over here. The French, the English, and the Spaniards, right?
Mm. Let's see here.
Now, when you look at what years they come in, once again, depending on what European nation, what date it is. You know what I mean? So we talking about from the South too, because the Spaniards doing the same thing. Because in that propaganda DVD thing we watched, remember the Koreans broke that down. Like when Cortez came, within 20 years, that's in the South. That's in the central Mexico. That's not in the East. Where the 13 colonies are, where the Iroquois Indians are. You know what I mean? That's in the South. Next to the Ohio Valley Native Americans. You see what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. The Ohio Valley civilizations, which was very enduring. The Mississippi Valley civilizations, they go along the Mississippi. You find the mud miles down there. But we talk about, to the south. So both of these motherfuckers, like you said, but is nasty. The Spaniards to the south and the Quakers to the northeast. The germ, you're right. They both was, coming from the bubonic plague.
Right, yeah, they're both germs.
Mm-hmm.
Both the Germans, they all. You can't separate them. You can't separate them. You can't. There's no way to separate them. They're all Germans together. But it was very. But that's definitely a very interesting dynamic we're dealing with where they came from and how they rooted down here. And when you mentioned the thing about the swine, I'm gonna have to definitely go back into some of this Bible folklore and see some of these tales. Read some of these tales again. This Camille made a good point, though. One of the things is to be more acclimated with some of the African tales and folklore in order for you to be able to get a grasp, because one of the things that we do know and understand right now is that the Bible is a compilation of people's stories that were all around that area. They just pulled them together in the best way that they could in order to enact some type of history of their own self. Coming up out of that rain. That's what I look at when they talk about Noah and Mount Ararat and all of that shit. It's just like, they said it rained for 40 days, 40 nights. I could see that it just, rained up there so hard at a point in time that it melted that ice and it allowed them to be able to escape from up out of there. And then that was their freeing. They freed, they got to be able to free themselves from up out of that cold icebox region and start to roam out. Because I'm gonna pull that information about about their change from being dark to light. And one of the things one of the key points about why I disagreed with the just outright evolution that an African got caught up in the cold. They say, the Grimaldi man got caught in the cold and evolved and just turned into a white man. As I always ask the question, is I see these dark-skinned Eskimos, I see dark-skinned Asians who live in Asia where it's cold as hell up there, and goddamn them in some of that places where them goddamn Asians at in Tibet and all that cold, then a motherfucker cold like Russia. But they still dark-skinned, they still brown, yellow, red. They still that color. So why has it over this much time? How come they have not evolved into a white, just straight white looking Chinese Asian? There is some real light ones, but when you go up there and look, though, they still are. You still catch a lot of dark ones living up there in those regions. I'm always at the contention is dark. If you go somewhere and you dark and you start to get less sun, I'm on the contention that you'll try to get darker. That genetically you'll start to get darker to be able to catch as much of the sun as you could. If you already have melanin, I would really think that over time, mutation wouldn't dictate for you to lose all of the melanin, but it would dictate that you have it more concentrated in some area. That it would become more concentrated in order for you to be able to capture as much of that sun's energy as you could, because we all know that the sun gives off a energy, a food, a food in a certain nature, definitely a reality type of energy it gives off. So, the solar energy is real.
That's good heat right there. The planet reflects that of its provider, its sun, So even if we never been to other planets and so forth, and we was able to look at some galaxies and so forth, very, very with a good microscope. I mean, if we would see a thriving planet, for example, we would see, we would look at the nourishment given by its sun, right? Its star, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's a good connection you made right there. That far in regards to everything. This is the first time I dealing with these topics from an anthropological perspective in regards to how it is now and how it's been in future civilizations. You have to put things in proper perspective. So people say it's always been like that, for example. No. Because first off, the newest thing in human conception is money. That's the newest social construction for human existence on this planet is this notion of money. Because value was placed by the individual. And then upon that, give a society or culture. You see what I'm saying? So when people say the Mona Lisa is worth $300 billion, whatever, that's value was placed on that individual society. But because that society is in power, its value system is perpetuated throughout everything it dominates, right? So, for example, when we isolate small things in human history, this is the first time in human history that the burden of the society always fell on the head of the king or queen in power in human history in the past. This is the first time that there has been no accountability within even the moral construct of what's good and bad. Meaning, if the culture is a killer, if the culture is a killer, cannibalistic culture, America would even fail at that because it's hypocritical. So it would even follow the tenets of what it means to be a cannibal, for example, right? This is the first time in human history that a hypocritical society or civilization has been able to exist. Hypocritical against nature, and it's only been able to come into being because of this social construction known as money. That there is one general rule for value. Well, we know, right? When you look at the thing from a historical a microscope, for example, or Dr. Clark's perspective, in human history, the eras were people who value water more than gold. They tell you a whole lot about their personality and their climate, right?
Mm-hmm.
Check. So, you know what I'm saying? So That's the first thing of confusion that they put, that there's one grandeur rule of of value. You know what I mean? That's a Corvette, bro. Do you know what that is? Well, it depends who. If you're assuming, and that's what, Europeans assume that everything that they position as big, high in value should be tolerated, and everything else should be, just recognized. You know what I mean? We recognize blacks, that's why we give y'all a mouth. We don't hold it as being high to the value system which is in power. You see what I'm saying? So even the recognition of human existence, human origins, is still going to be dominated around the king. But the king that's in power is the first time in human history. This is the first time in human history that the king in power doesn't have a strong genetic lineage. Even among themselves. Ooh, wee.
Hold on. Say that again, Michael Ross. Say that again.
If we go to a small tribe in Africa or Asia, right? And then, right, you got kings everywhere, right?
Mm-hmm.
The smaller it gets. Most of the time, the king, it's very rarely that kings come to power through just vote. Most time, it's through lineage, right? Not only, right, they got good characteristics because they got the genes.
Yeah.
That nigga's a 13th, that nigga's a 37th line or a 47th line, right? So when you look at the chaos in the world politically, all of the world's nations have been positioned politically under this democratic system, which devoids, right? Look how they portray it in the storytelling lines. It's always the low of lowly coming high in power, and he does it without having any claim to blood right?
Mm-hmm.
The little street rat wants to marry a princess, but that nigga ain't got none of royalty. See what I'm saying? This is the first time in human history that the born of power can come to power without having right, even among themselves. Even among themselves. We don't even know who the top plus, right? Is it the Rockefellers? Who's the top notch cracker? What's the last name of the Queen Elizabeth? Is that her first name or last name? I'm gonna leave it alone.
Yeah, because it don't make it different. Yeah, because it ain't got no real lineage. Now, you right about that. That's real shit. Damn. And Brother, is Brother Little out there? Cause he sent something to me. I want to. Brother Little, you out there? Damn. I wanted to get that passage again because we're dealing with this, and I wanted to throw this in about the Hyksos and something that was Gerald Matthew wrote about the Hyksos when they invaded into the land, that they also brought with them a gang of lepers. I wanted to get that piece. And, we know that they were Semitic. They was half and half. That's what one of the, oh, man. And then I started to think about that now, if you really was a Hebrew, say a person really was a Hebrew Israelite. You feel me? You really is a Hebrew Israelite. You really mixed with whatever. You really Semitic. Then I wouldn't. Then now it's really become clear why they would hate the African, because they just the same as the damn Tamahu. You got this mixed monkey in you. You got this chimp in you. They make you chimp out all the time.
They got a genetic sequence for a Semitic? Wow, I didn't know that.
Listen. No, I'm just saying. Listen, if you really are one of them, I ain't saying that there's no genetic sequence. I'm just saying that if you really are a mixed breed, with how I look at Semitic, that just means you got a piece of African and a lot of Turk.
If that was the case, you'd be able to see it in genetic code, but that's not the. It's just off of language. Are you mixed with a language? You a black Hebrew, you a black mixed nigga. You mixed with a language. It's a linguistic cultural group. That's it.
You're Asian, whatever they want to call themselves. I'm just trying to use a layman term to describe them jokers.
You see them race arguments among themselves. Now, like, you may see aristocrat Ashkenazi Jews trying to copyright a genetic sequence for what it means to be an Agenasi.
Oh, shit. You know what you're saying, that shit about the Hebrew genetic, about the Hebrew DNA. Well,
I said, huh? Think about what I just said. Think about
you said that. No, you said that, right? And I asked that, and I asked that question to a Hebrew, and they gave me some. Hold up, man. They said they got the Hebrew genetic marker.
Now, one group, they're called Ashkenazim Jews because there is a genetic type of them motherfuckers. It's strictly Neanderthal. Remember that article you gave me? Goddamn, Semitics and what was it? Semitics and goddamn.
What the fuck was that?
Semitics and Neanderthals.
Yeah. I mean, Mick, go ahead.
The Semitic, that's really like I said, that you can't really put on Semitic. So you got Ashkenazi Jews, so you got motherfucking Neanderthals now claiming to be the Jewish speaking motherfuckers, these Yiddish motherfuckers. You know what I mean? Whereas probably in the 1500s when the Moors were around, they were Sephardim. They was more of a different continent type. It was more of it was culture. It was the culture, capitalism, extortion, all that type of shit, trickery. That's what the Kabbalah has in it. Trickery, games, spells, like the Dred said. But even before I heard the Dred speak, that's really my notion from when I was taught how the Kabbalah is by Arab. The Arab told me that. The Yahudi know every trick in the book. Everyone said, he create interest, brother. This was the Arab told me. Feel me? And so that being my foundation coming from his cousin, I always had it in the back of my mind. You know what I'm saying? How they say rich. When I seen that movie, that nigga was like, you gonna tell us everything, he threw all them pennies on the ground, and the Jew was compelled to go pick and count every penny, even if it was just a penny. Gold, coins, magneto, you know what I'm saying? Real metal. Alchemy.
Yeah. Alchemy. They got to deal with that metal. That's what, and you're saying that, like, we look at these movies, and a lot of them, they put a lot of fantasy in it, but they call that shit science fiction for a reason. They call it science fiction for a reason because by calling it that, they letting you know that it is reality mixed with lies. They letting you know that this is science fiction. Now there's going to be we're going to tell you some real shit. We're going to give you some real shit, but the rhetoric that we put on it is not going to add up to what's really happening.
Yeah, it's really modern folklore. It's Eurocentric folklore.
Mm-hmm. It's a way for them to tell their tales without telling it, and it's only for when you can decode it.
Right. What's good about folklore is you get a first insight into the personality of the people. So if they folklore open up with creation of life, beginning with, for example, they start off with the whitest milk. You can see that they probably have a pastoral type of overtone in their culture. You know what I mean? You get a lot of insight into their culture through their mythology. So you get to see a lot of killing and rampaging and rape, and motherfucking all type of shit in European. That's the real overtone. And you get to see the ego of the villain and the hero, which exists in both of them. You get a nice insight into the psychology of the people in power, because we don't make the movies, right? We subjected to watch them, and we watch. From the African, we see the African is the best to give this the psychological clinical diagnosis of the cracker, right? If anybody, right? And we didn't ask for this title. Other motherfuckers gave it this title.
If anybody know him, we know him. If anybody know that,
have problems, them of us on fire. Us, man, you right, man. Them of us, that cracker, something else, brother. What you talking about, Mr. Gonzalez?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm just talking about the cracker. I talk about the cracker every day, but why today you taking what I said? Oh, he finally got hit with that rock, huh? All right, come on, right?
Now you finally want to join in, but you can't join in because you part damn Channel Who too. You trying to all y'all out, Rudolph. Your nose too bright. We got all y'all. We got y'all all in the bag right now. All y'all noses is too bright, and best believe Santa Claus ain't come to see you. But in reality, though, that's what's going on. They nose too bright right now, man. We living in a situation where we're dealing with people who are definitely not our kind. And until we able to accept that fact that we're dealing with an animal and start to look at him in an animal way, that's why there can be there's no way that we can come to some agreement with them. There's no way that we can come to peaceable terms, and we're gonna, we can't work it out. You can't work it out with animals. There's nothing that I can work out with. I can't work nothing out with the dog. I either got to shut him down, or he's gonna act a goddamn fool. One or the other. There's no like me and the dog don't got equal footing and shit. Ain't no equality. I respect the dog's boundaries and he respect mine. No, I gotta create boundaries for that dog. Because if I don't create boundaries for that dog will create boundaries for me. It's not gonna be because the dog is not going to be into that middle zone. He doesn't have the moral fiber to understand that type of thing. Where we're going to treat each other equal. He don't know. The dog don't know nothing about treating equal. The dog only understands territory.
I wouldn't even compare him to the dog because the dog can learn. He got the capacity to learn and at least play his motherfucking role.
Now, that's what I'm saying. He just ain't had his ass whipped into his role.
That nigga's the beast. Like when the cracker talk about, this how I got a notion that when they refer to the beast, coming from their perspective, this how I had to get a definition. Crackers used the word beast. Because I know how we use it, right? The best definition I got was when they referred to an ass or a donkey. Which one? I think we talking about this a while back. Which one of them was created, Brother Boy? Which one of them you have to make?
You got to make the ass. It comes from a horse. It comes from it's a mule. They really call it a mule, but it's a horse and a donkey put together, and they make a mule.
Now, what do crackers call it? What's this whole society?
But ass is the other way. See, that's what they're
doing, right?
Yeah, it's a beast of burden. It's a beast of burden.
He was created to handle the burden of work, right? But naturally, you want to find one because it takes this, and then you have to, like you said earlier, you have to genetically modify this motherfucker. That's a beast.
Yeah. Because he ain't even like the ass or the jackass or the mule, whichever one, because like I'm saying, it depends on one of them is that it really don't matter, but it do. You know what? It do matter. It do matter in the scheme of what we're talking about how one of them is the mother is a horse. One of them is the mule, I believe. The mother is the horse. The father is the donkey. The jackass is smaller, more durable, but the mother is the donkey, and the father is the horse. So they come with two different, and they're two different types of.
Yeah, donkey and the horse get a mule, right?
Yeah, the donkey and the horse, but like the donkey and the horse is both. The donkey and the horse makes a mule and a jackass. It just depends on which one is the mother and which one is the father.
You can only get them one way. You can only get them one way. Just like when they made that liger, how they make that liger? Even though it's genetically modified, it's a liger because what held the egg?
Yeah, see, that's the thing with the liger. They got the liger and they got the tigon, which is.
I've never seen a tigon.
Yeah, they got a tigon. That's what I'm saying. They got a tigon. It just depends on which one is. The liger is large. It's super large. The tigon is not big as the liger. It's smaller. It's smaller. Like I said, it depends on which one is the mother, which one is the father.
A liger is a tiger embryo in the side of a lion, right?
Well, I don't even want to be wrong, man. Let me look it up. I don't even want to be wrong on it.
Because when you're fighting, you have to have a dominant female.
All right, tigon versus the liger. Let me see. Both of them are hybrid big cats. The tigons are produced. Yeah, here we go. Tigons are produced when a male tiger breeds with a female lion. Ligers are produced. Ligers are the offspring of a male lion bred with a female tiger. Because I said they're two different.
Way around. Okay.
They're two different things. But one of them, the ligers are bigger than the tigons. They both have mutated spots and stripes, both tawny orange in colors, and the males have short names. But like I said, the liger is big, and the tigers are not so big. The tigers are much more rare hybrid than animal than ligers. They said the tiger is a more rare hybrid animal than ligers. Tiger more closely resemble their tiger fathers than ligers do their tiger mothers.
Now, they don't live long, they sterile, and they don't mate like that naturally in nature.
Yeah, they don't.
Thank you for that. So they're using a patrilineal genetic meaning they're trying to bring about the characteristics of the father. So the father is weak because when it comes to genetic splicing, it's really recessive and dominant, right? So if they're saying that if they're able to get a big, tall, because tigers are bigger than lions, and if they're saying that because of the male tiger is able to be bigger in the female's womb, they can only do that because of the female being more dominant and being able to exhibit the dormant alleles, if you want to, the genes within that mixing. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, and they say, every once in a while the female is fertile. Every once in a while, not all the time, but sometimes they find females out of the species that are fertile. Because they close in genetics, but not all of, but they don't match perfectly. But so sometimes they do match up though enough where one of the animals are fertile, and then they start breeding them back in. And that's what I'm saying. This is what
thank you,
they're saying. This shit is just like when we talk about how they breed back that fucking hominid to breed them back to human.
Right. Now the first cracker was what gender?
The first cracker was what gender? It had to be a female.
Had to be a female.
Yeah.
Look at that. What the fuck is that movie? Goddamn, my little brother watching this trying to give me goddamn Extinction.
Now you
the
think
little
that
Russian female. She's a little Russian female with a zombie movie.
Yo, you said yeah. What's the no, what the fuck is that's a video game chick. The one, what movie was that? Resident Evil. Yeah, Resident Evil. Alice, that's her name. Alice. But check, damn.
In Wonderland.
But you're saying that, right? That plays back to, all right, the Neanderthal, the mother being the mitochondrial DNA going back to a non-human. But because it was a female, it could be rebred. It could be rebred. They could breed some of the hominid animal trait up out of it because it was a female. That's what I'm saying. The mother line of the Neanderthal is female. So probably a lot of these other things that died out, the mother line, where we can't see, the reason why we can't see some of the traits from some of these other hominids is because the mother line was human off the top.
No. Don't get too confused. Don't get too confused. I see where you're taking it. Look at it. This, make it simple, right? In terms of genetics, right? Gender genetics. If not even talking about black and white, talking about just gender. The male will be recessive and the female will be dominant. Check.
Okay.
So in order to get a white man, the first, if we talking about the theory of Yaku, if we talk about the fairy tales, when Geppetto told the bitch, when he sent that bitch to go down there, he had her come in what form? A recessive white female. She was recessive but dominant, meaning even though whites are recessive, the dominant recessive will be a female, right?
Yeah.
It's confusing, but it's not. It's basic.
No,
it's just
right. No, you right. No, that ain't confusing. You right on point.
She came in the fashion of Little Red Riding Hood, right? So we talk about the first Frankenstein had to be a white bitch, not a white male. The white male could never produce a dominant. He's already recessive.
A species. Yeah. They could never be strong enough to really keep that genetics moving. Nah, I told her, I see exactly where you're coming from, McCoy.
So they talking about the mitochondrial Eve, what the motherfucking mitochondrial Steve, the motherfucking white cracker beast, right? Because we can find that motherfucker, we'll be able to find him. So when it comes to us, they use the mitochondrial Eve, black woman, for a white man. I can have a white man, you know what I mean? They give us the Neanderthal male, but we know the Neanderthal female could pass more as being subhuman in the Neanderthal world, right?
Mm-hmm.
She walking up, right? Who made you, right? If you was African walking around and you never knew this motherfucker rogue African was making subhumans, and the first one he had to make was a bitch. If that white bitch if the order for that white bitch to reproduce and make a white man, she had to have a black man.
Yeah, see, and now,
Yaku made a white woman. If we ride with that theory, he made a white woman, man, and that white woman had to mix with a recessive man that was dominant in black genes.
Yeah, see, that's what I'm saying. By the time they got down to that point, I think they had a dominant recessive white man. By that point in time, that's what I'm saying. Like, listen, right? And the reason why I say that is because of looking into the fucking into these Australians being not only Neanderthal but also Denisovan. That somehow what they did was they found a hominid that was strong enough to keep passing his genes on through the female, and found another hominid that was strong enough to pass his genes on through the male. Mixed them shits down and created the Aborigine. Because that's the only way that he ended up with both the Neanderthal and Denisovan's DNA inside of them, and nobody else has it at all.
Okay, that's a good point you brought. That's the contention point they're bringing up, because it brings about the Asian Neanderthal.
Yup. And then we got the Asian Neanderthal. That's what I'm saying.
First time I got a whiff of that, I was like, because they were trying to say that there are certain alleles that are, quote, European in origin that are found in these Aborigines in Australia, right? This is 2012. I asked the professor, like, explain this shit. He said that this is migration patterns. He said this is them migrating back into, or trying to come back into the same way they came back into, the same way they left, right?
Mm-hmm.
Which would be natural. But now this shit has come out, and I'm taking the same cracker professor again. Now he's saying, he can speak on it openly, because he was speaking that whenever he would go to Asian sites, he would openly say that there's a contention here, the Chinese or whatever part of Asia, mainly China, and China ain't got no problem with the Africa model. You see what I'm saying? Because they don't have that gap. We got 200,000. The first, that's how we know that out of Africa can be proven, because the first bones we see, like chicken disher, 100,000 is in Asia. 50,000 Neanderthals in Europe, but they're not human. They're not human. You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we know the Neanderthals not human. Like I said, once they did the fucking DNA, the mitochondrial DNA, and trace that shit back to non-human, we don't give a fuck what you say. You can say whatever you feel like saying. Dana tell us a different story, so you can feel how you want to feel, but you cannot deny that fact.
Mm-hmm. And then from Neanderthal to the white man, it can't be natural because it's too fast. If that's the case, European is the fastest natural evolving thing, and I only want to use that because he'll use that to propagate his superiority.
Yo, that's what they went from Listen, 7,000 years ago, they said that they were still more brown-skinned with blue eyes and shit, that they were still more browner. Now, how the fuck did they go from 7,000 brown to 6,000 white? That show a jump right there.
Mm-hmm. Why did the dominant genes feel the need to produce more weaker alleles to survive? That's natural. See, natural selection is better. I run with natural selection before evolution, because natural selection says that nature determines the probability of the species, which is true. The given environment determines the life expectancy and determinacy of a species, right?
Mm-hmm.
The direct effect of the survival of the species is within the change or stability of the environment, right? Because Europeans, they omit this because they say this when they use the term sub-Saharan Africa. They omit that reflects the environment, right? You talk about a specific African when you say sub-Saharan, right?
Mm-hmm. Well, that's how they make it seem like you're talking about a specific African.
Mm-hmm.
They put it in context like that.
Right, right.
That we only talking about this dark African here. That no other African is sub-Saharan. When they say it, they just omit. Most people, and they didn't even know. Most people don't know that there is more than one type of African in the sub-Saharan. So the only thing that comes to their mind is the very dark-skinned brother or sister.
Right. Now they can regurgitate certain allele mutations, X41, but every time I ask, I can't ask it. When I ask them, what is it that they're using to determine what is the genetic code or what frequent or whatever that they're using to distinguish between them being African first.
There you go.
The sequence. You see what I'm saying? When they show you a picture of how DNA works, but the version they tell you, and you got to really look at that shit. And that shit, man, that shit is excruciating in regards to, because you have to be familiar with their jargon. So the whole fucking 2 years you go to fucking school, you learn it. It's just to get familiar with the jargon that they use, how you cite shit, how you write shit. You know what I'm saying? You have to get familiar with the wordplay that they use, because the devil, he speak with a forked tongue. You gotta learn his language. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Now you done right about that, and especially when, not being in school, learning these type of things right now is definitely a tedious thing if you're not aware of the jargon. You have to take time to just sit and look and start to get understanding of the definitions of what of just the different scientific terms that they use.
Mhm. That's why I ride with anything Walter Williams say. This is I'm getting off topic a little bit, but shit it's all in one big African pot. You know what I'm saying? In regards to really niggas surviving off really having a foundation already. I'm coming to. I'm already coming with my glass full. With what I need in regards, you know what I mean, and looking for other things to complement the glass with, not just looking for the European as being actual and factual.
Mm-hmm.
And so I'll be 33 this year, but me being 29, only youngsters. I'll be saying youngsters. I'll be trying to explain shit, and that's when you really get to see this crack up. We got to step it up in regards to just being defiant, and not saying our children, because they changed the curriculum up from when we was in school. They ain't learning the little, even though we was growing up learning bullshit, it was some truth to that shit, because right now they ain't even teaching that shit.
Yeah, they done changed everything up. They don't want to learn shit right now.
For real, go into a science book and look at Christopher Columbus' exploration to see what they really talk about it now. You'd be surprised. I don't even think they talk about slavery.
No, they're trying to move slavery out of the books, period. Mm-hmm. There's already a movement for that, to take slavery out of the books and put in a term more like free, like it was a training camp. Like slavery was more like training camp for Africans.
Now look at effect. Look at cause and effect, right? The cause, by causing them to take out a certain a truth of American history out, what will be the effect? It's not for us, because if at the same time they're bringing in this new immigration shit, it's to desensitize them about the history of America and then really how they should feel any sympathy towards us.
So, towards the African. They want to make sure that they keep a groove of people who are against the African. Like, look, we got to keep a groove against them. Got to have that. They need that buffer zone. They need that buffer zone, and then we fall victim to it because we looking at these people like they us, and they not. And they not. We see, and that's the thing that we got caught up in is the skin tone. We got caught up in skin tone, thinking everybody else because they dark skinned. Everybody, Negroes talking this. We the melanated people and all this shit. All melanated people. I don't know what the hell is a melanated. I ain't fuck that. I'm African. I don't know all this melanated shit y'all talking, because once you start running that melanated shit, then I got to start adding motherfuckers that I know is not African. I got to add the Arab in. As long as they got dark, as long as their skin got a tan to it, then all of a sudden y'all want me to accept them as my brother and tell me I need to figure out a way to work along with them. I'm not with that shit.
You want to be all inclusive to some extent on the public projection of social life, but then when it comes to the hierarchy, that shit is very exclusive. Then it's only a certain only certain of us survive society. But I thought we all equal. We all equal vote.
Yeah, I thought we was all equal. Nah, it's like the you seen the movie Animal Farm before? You read that book before?
Hannibal what?
Animal Farm.
Yep.
Now, if you remember what the pigs wrote up here, all animals is equal, but some animals is more equal than others. What we say, we all equal, but some of us more equal than others, man. What's wrong with y'all?
Now you got to define, right? That's them taking a very vague definition of what equal means. Now you got to say, well, the problem then is what the fuck does equal mean? That was the issue with us with the equal but separate, right?
Yep, with the separate but equal. Yep, but there's equality there.
That's why I brought up being sister Camille with someone earlier. That all come from the motherfucker double talk of the English. The English were the first motherfuckers who outlawed slavery in England. Nigga, you can't sell, like, nigga, you can't, just like drinking and driving, right? You can buy liquor, but then I'm going to lock you up for drinking it type of shit. You know what I'm saying? I'm going to sell you the slave, but I'm going to lock you up for using it, nigga. I'm going to sell you the gun, I'm going to lock you up for
shooting. Now, that's what it is. I'm going to sell you all of them. I'm going to sell you the boat, the chain, the whips, and everything. If you go get slaves, then goddamn it, I'm going to lock you up.
Yeah, if you use this shit now, nigga, you know, this shit is for display, nigga. You use this, right, when you go to a tobacco shop, right? In the streets, when he's trying to go get that, he's trying to go get his glass fixed, right? He gotta get one of them bros globes, something like that, man. You know what I mean? It's a water tobacco pipe. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's right. They tell you this is tobacco pipe. If you use it for something else, we're gonna lock you up.
That's why I love Malcolm X. He pointed this shit is very hypocritical. Every time you bust open a bottle, you busting open a government seal.
Indeed. Can't disagree with that, Mr. But yeah, the evidence is becoming overwhelming right now. And I'm at a point where it's so overwhelming that I don't want to hear none of that motherfucking evolution shit. You're not going to run that shit to me. I don't give a fuck what you're saying. You can't prove that because you cannot show me how a Neanderthal, and I don't even go with the white man. I'm going directly with the Australian. Show me how the fucking Australian did Denisovan and Neanderthal genetics inside his genome, and we know that Neanderthal mitochondrial DNA go back to non-human.
Now remember, you got Denisovan, all they got to prove with Denisovan is a tooth and a pinky nail. Go look it up. Look at Denisovan fossil record.
No, in Spain, they caught another one. They got another one in Siberia.
In Siberia?
Yeah, they found Denisovan in Siberia.
Now, the Denisovan is the cave. So it's named after the site. Denisovan Cave.
Yeah, it's named after that's what I'm saying. It's named after the cave in Spain. But they found the same type of hominid in Siberia.
The Neanderthal. It's a Neanderthal. The Denisovan is a branch of a Neanderthal coming from Heidelbergensis. It's something Ngozi would love to get into because he goes with the details. Heidelbergensis is what they say was the predecessor for Homo sapiens. So they're using that to prove this, like what I was saying earlier, this hyper multi-regional model, the continuity model.
But this how the shit don't work. But this how the shit don't work. Is that how the fuck is, all right, if that's true, why don't no Europeans or Asians contain the Denisovan? Only Neanderthal.
They do. There's the Asian Neanderthal.
No, but listen. But then they can specifically point inside the Australian team. No, they got them as two separate.
Oh, stop right there, brother. What you reading? I can get away from what you reading. What you reading?
I'm gonna pull it up. Hold on. Let me pull it up. I'm putting the wrong. That's the wrong shit. Aboriginal. Where is it at? There we go. Let me put this in here too. Backslash that.
What was the first date that they gave for Denisovan?
Huh?
What was the first date that they gave?
Hold on, let me see. There we go. Come on, Rasmussen. That's from Science, New York, man. I'm trying to cite this work real quick. This report from October 7, 2011. Let me see.
The width of it being a little suspect when you gotta look 2 pages for a date. Now, when you got hold on, this got a lot of interpretation, but the first thing you would do to prove it fall in line with the date is a date. That's why I'd be like, man, these motherfuckers crafty. They got a whole plethora, man. You know what I mean? A pseudo.
Did they say the thing back to? Let me see. All right. No, that's the anatomically Europe region. Whole genome study split between Europeans, Asians, 17,000. There's a split between Euros and Asians, 17,000 to 43,000 years before the present. Because
17,000 years? Oh, that's a very recent mutation.
No, there's a split between the Europeans and Asians, 17,000 to 43,000 years ago. Where is this fucking shit? All my tabs closed down, so now I gotta find the information again because my tabs closed.
Because we can jump on something else, but just because.
All right, Western range of Y chromosome under the decay lineage of more common among contemporary populations, but oh, that's not the page. What page was that? It had to be. It couldn't have been past page 10. So Adamese, it goes over the Adam off from the Adam Island. The alleles between the Aboriginal Australians and the Asians, and also the larger proportion of shared derived alleles between the French and the Asians than between the French and the Aboriginal Australians.
Stop right there. French, Asians, are they trying to say that the Aboriginal Australian and the Asian are two different people?
Man, they even though like the Negrito is more like into the Asian than like the Australian Aboriginal.
Mhm.
You know what I'm saying? But I'm gonna find it when we get this, where they show this Denisovan and Neanderthal inside this damn Aboriginal. I ain't think it was past page 10, man.
That's when you know a suspect, because it's a lot of interpretation, and you would think when it comes to everything else that they got, the first thing they give you is the dates, right? This date, they're gonna tell you what the bone is, or whatever it is, what part of the body is found on, what's significant about it, the dates, what's correlated to that date, what type of hominids is around, and with this here, we're able to see now a new type of evolutionary change due to, this change is something. Abstract with it.
All right. The mitochondrial DNA base code, the Eurasian population. We look for the Aboriginal ancestral Eurasian population 62,000 to 75,000 years ago. See, now this is where they've shown the split between the Eurasian and the Australian. That was 62,000 years ago. That was a split. And then 62,000 years ago was a split between the Australasians and the Eurasians. What the fuck is that?
Okay, now, Eurasian.
Yo, you hear that?
Yeah, somebody, man, man.
Hold on, man.
I did.
I don't know how that happened. Yeah?
But
that's just a command line.
Probably went.
Come back in. New York is on the call. It came back in, but also the command line just started beeping on us.
Keep reading what you're saying, brother.
Huh? Oh, let me go back to this shit. Damn. All right, hold up.
Now, 50,000 years is the mark for the oldest Neanderthal.
Here we go. This December 18, 2000, Australian Aborigines, New Guineans, and some Pacific Islands are about 6% Denisovan genes. The Neanderthal genome shows that Neanderthals and Denisovans are very closely related, and that their common ancestors split off from the ancestors of the modern humans about 400,000 years ago. Neanderthals and Denisovans split about 300,000 years ago. Now they are separate. That's what I'm saying. They separate. The Neanderthals and Denisovan, even though they're related,
brother. Are they using a fossil record to make that claim, or they're using it off of studies now, meaning off of genetic studies now and populations now in Aboriginal populations? We find a correlation of Denisovan. How are they making that claim?
Now the Denisovan, they found that was from when I seen the write up on that was from a fossil from some hair.
Down where? A fossil from some hair?
Well, I mean, not a fossil, it was some hair. I didn't mean to say fossil. That was a slip of the tongue.
I got you. You overwhelmed with. They got a lot of ways to turn the lawyer motherfucker in. You know what I'm saying?
That was a slip of the tongue.
When you sit there, you read this shit, you're going to be like, man.
I got to go back and forth. This Rasmussen, let me see. That was from 100-year-old locker hair donated by this from the early 20th century sample that they used of a locker hair.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised to find Denisovan genetics in modern Aborigine now, being that they've been mixing with the motherfuckers. You see what I'm saying? But if they found an old fossil bone and
but mixing with who? But that's what I'm saying. What other population carry Denisovan? See, that's what I'm saying. Like, all right.
You saying that is tricky?
Now, if we just say that the Denisovan was like already there, and then they brought the Neanderthal in, or brought all the Neanderthal was there, and they brought the Denisovan in, and they began to, because that's what damn. Let me find these fossil records because they had the two skulls. They were showing the two different type of
Meaning, if they get the way they use the Denisovan now, right? They can say, Brother Mickle, I can have it in there. And being that I got some history in America, but they can't, you have to use something that's primary record of what, what it is to be that, and you're not going to find that. Meaning, you have to find something untainted. You can't use no, you know what I mean? You can't, if you, you have to have African to test what it is to be against an Asian. And we don't have no old record of what it, I'm trying to say? But for us, it works like that. But for them, because they're more recent, we can do it like that with them when it comes to them.
Man. Okay, because we can see that in them. And then if they got they got a minimum 0.5% of Neanderthal gene. That's the least. They got a small part of Neanderthal in them, these Aboriginals.
Right.
It's the other way
around, though. It's the other way around. Does the Denisovan bones have any Aboriginal DNA? When the Aborigine is older than the Neanderthal.
Now the Aborigine not older than he part Neanderthal.
Listen what I'm saying. You get two different definitions. Listen what I'm saying. When they found the Denisovan, they could have made a correlation with Aboriginal Australians first because it's older.
Say that again, Michael. Say that again.
The Denisovan bones.
Yeah.
If you testing it for, the oldest ancient modern, right, that fall within that category within the time frame, you will find the Aborigine first. Before you would say the Neanderthal, you wouldn't go to me now and look for a European. Well, European is relevant now. You would look for the European and look for me and him. I'm older than him. Is there any me and him? Then how did you make the correlation like that? How are you using your scheme? You know what I'm saying? Where's fucking Solomon at, my translator? What I'm saying is, first thing we know in our mind is the Aborigine migration and bones are older than the Neanderthals. Check.
All right, hold on. All right. You're saying that the Aborigine bones are older
the Aboriginal.
Yeah.
In chronological order of the human record is older than Neanderthal.
The Australian Aborigines.
Meaning Aborigines progressed to Homo sapien faster than Neanderthals do. That's because they have an older gene of us in them.
Oh, all right.
Yeah.
I understand what you're saying.
Now you caught it that quick. And Gozi ain't caught that what I be trying to say. How you have to do a reverse when it comes to them because they're doing it from the reverse. They're doing it from currently going backwards.
Yeah, they do. They have the Aboriginal is closer to African than anything else. He got his DNA. That's what I'm saying. Right?
Now you look at Denisovan, like you said, is in Siberia, and what should be miraculous about that find is that it should have lineage going to Australia, right?
Yeah. Now that's what's remarkable in the find. How is the Denisovan found in Siberia, right? Found in Spain, but when you find fossils of Denisovan in Spain and in Siberia. But when you look for the genome inside of people today, or you look inside the genetics of people today, they're genetically found in Australia. Now, how the hell do we get it in Australia, but it don't exist in the European nor the goddamn Chinaman?
Now, what came first? See, sometimes we don't want a piece of paper and a pen, and then put what came, put it like I said, because it's like whenever you go to European, nothing is going to be from 1 to 10. You're going to get 2, this is going to be 5, this is going to be 7, then 8. The last time it's going to be 1. Okay, y'all? So that last week for class, we're going to go over chapter 1. If you knew chapter 1, you would know how everything is fell into place. You're coming from a person who don't know how they came into being. So you're never going to get a 1 to 10 chronological and nothing. It's only when he came to being. So from our perspective, we have to go from 9 and try to look back to 1. The last thing we're going to get is 1. We have to know that. The last thing we get is where it came from, right? Because we've been looking at the whole world from his eyes. When the whole thing should be, we should be finding us and you. If all I go to Africa, let's stick to that. Let's stick to that. The Neanderthal now. How do you have essence of the original man, but the original man don't have nothing of you? That's what that shit meant. That's what that meant. 63%, right, of the world population got Neanderthal with it, except the African.
Except for the African, yeah. Except for the African.
That means he's a creation. How do you have the creation of right? You're creating God's image. How do you have the essence of God? But when you look, God got everything in it. The African DNA it's diverse. It got all kind of shit in it, mutations. Oh, but it ain't got nothing. That means that shit is new. It is not natural. I'm gonna leave it alone, family, and pass the mic.
Now, right? They say although Neanderthals and Denisovans ultimately went extinct, their genetic imprint remains. According to the results, the genomes of non-Africans today contain between 1.5 and 2.1% Neanderthal genetics, Neanderthal genes, while the genomes of Australian Aborigines, New Guineans, and some Pacific Islanders come in around 6% Denisovan. Now, that's including the Neanderthal gene. Genomes of Native Americans, and the Han, only the Han Chinese. And like I said, right there down in them little Asian islands, where you see, that's what I'm saying, like right there in that little spot, you got 0.2% Denisovan. So it's there a little bit, but not nowhere near. Like, if you found fossils of it in Siberia, which is basically the upper part of China, whatever, right there connected, then 0.2% of that gene is very low in comparison to when you look down in Australia and they 6%. Like
make it basic, brother. But make it basic. When they say the African, right? When they say the European has African in him, but the African don't have nothing in him, right? Look at it as a strip of tape. The beginning of that strip of tape should be your mama, right? Right?
Mm-hmm.
How do you have my mama in you, nigga? Right? But it's not the beginning of the tape. Meaning, when the European has African in him, it's not at the beginning of the tape, because if it's at the beginning of the tape, you will see some of that in the African beginning of his tape, because African, his tape is the beginning of all things, right? So everything that comes from the African should have mama, right? So the European got mama in his DNA, but mama don't come in till somewhere in his creation. How do you know that? Because I ain't got nothing of him in me. European said, I'm African. I don't know who that nigga is. I can't prove he mine. What do you mean? Just because I got some of him, I should have some of him, meaning the beginning of his tape should start with me. I don't see me until him late. You see the point I'm making, bro, boy? It's a little confusing, but it's really the motherfucking situation we in with this beast. On how he's got cast in this cloud of confusion on motherfuckers. 6% of the world population has Neanderthal DNA, except the African. How is that? What the fuck is the Neanderthal? It ain't human.
Yeah, it ain't human.
If it was, it would have the beginning of this tape would start off with the carnal essence of the African, right?
Yup, and that's what I'm saying. The mitochondrial DNA don't start with an African. The mitochondrial DNA start with a non-human. It's not human, whatever it is. It's some type of animal.
Mm-hmm.
It's some type of animal, and you know what I mean. And that's just built. That makes the whole genetic splicer argument so that just makes it. It's hard for you. You can't get around that. You can't get around that. You can't get around genetic manipulation.
It should be the other way around. If we talk in regards to how we should be looking at it, the way we are looking at it,
we should immediately be able to see human inside the mitochondrial DNA of all these hominids. Right. That's how I say it. If we really all are from that one African mother, and then every hominid that you find after that, it should have its origin within inside that great African mother. Why? That mitochondrial DNA, it should go right back to it. But when it don't, then that's where we find the problem at. And plus, some of these things are so old that they can't take the nuclear DNA so we can be able to see what was the father. But 9 times out of 10, because they are what we call a hominid, they know that they're not apes. Then the father in some of these hominids have to be modern African, straight up. And that means that however old you put this hominid, it has to be an African older.
But that's not the case. Because they're saying it's not the case.
Yeah, they say it ain't the case, but goddamn it, that's what they say. It got to be an African, the African had to already exist. Already.
Meaning we ain't even got to the real motherfucking mystery of the pot. Did the Neanderthal die off?
Nah, he ain't die off. He was just bred. He was just bred back into the human. He didn't die off.
Into the human.
Bred out, like, you feel me? He was bred out into, he was just bred out. They bred him back. It was like a breed back. So like, you remember the Elijah Muhammad? See, that's what's weird about the Elijah Muhammad lessons. That's what one of the things that they was talking about the gravitation back into human. But after a while, they got to a point where they was like, God damn, we can't graft these motherfuckers back to being us. We gonna just have to take them off the planet. It'll take too long to take them and wrap them back to being what we are. So instead of doing that, we're about to go ahead and make a plan to take them off the planet, because that'll be the easiest thing, because we'll never be able to breed them back, because we done made too many of them, made too many different styles of them.
Now, what does that sound like? What does that sound like? The Bible, don't it? The hypocritical personality of the God in the biblical story is the African in America, right? Or in present day, in regards to what the fuck to do with these crackers, and he came with the real solution, right? We thought of herding them, put them in their own place, took them motherfuckers to the Caucasus Mountains, right?
We tried.
Rope, right?
We did it all. We put everybody in their own little separate garden for them to live and multiply. We gave them all the chance to be fruitful and multiply. But this one right here, he's just too much. He just went crazy. Everybody else stayed in their place. Look at the Samoans. The Samoans in their place. Look at the Negritos over there. Look at the Aborigines. Look, everybody in their place. They ain't going out just causing war on everybody. But this one right here, he's just too hot to handle. He don't know how to handle.
I think this is because he was made by Seth Typhon.
I think it's really where I'm along the line where the brother had broke down in his documentary. It's the melanin factor. And it's affecting the right hemisphere of the brain. And what he pointed out was their lack of melanin is why they're warlike. And there has already been work done on that on a psychological level, on a biological, psychological level, let me put it that way, to attest to that. You know, down to them having a high percentage of all cracker beets have a calcified pineal gland.
Mm-hmm.
So that was the thing that he brought out, why you find a gentle behavior in the Samoans or those from Papua New Guinea, et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah, they'll act wild a little bit, but they just not all out trying to come and just conquer everybody and pick over and kick your ass. They content with where they at. They're content with where they at. We're going to live here, do our thing right here where we at. They're not looking to go out and conquer the fucking world. I don't know what the fuck we did. We fucked up. I don't know what we did. Well, I ain't going to say we fucked up, but we did. You know what I mean? We should have never let them beasts out the cage right there. Them was the ones we supposed to say, nah, you know what?
See, that's why. See, that probably came when you see that when you say that, make that statement like we fucked up. To some extent, that gives to the Cain and Abel story a little bit, right? Because all biblical, right? That's why I'm more content with saying they not from this motherfucking planet. That's why we have no true, right? We may have fucked up with at first by aiding them. And by doing so, we never knew their motherfucking true agenda like it is now. But I'm about the sky, man. I think there's no.
I think that they could. I understand where you're coming from, that they didn't come from here, and I don't agree that they came from here. But when I say that they created, that means they didn't come from here. It wasn't like they was natural. I don't want to bring it from the stars though, because then another thing is that thing a whole another like a way out. That's his way out. We from the stars. We ain't from here. We from the stars. Nah, bitch, you a created being. Don't try to get from the stars. Now y'all some special motherfuckers who flew from another goddamn universe. You ain't flew from another universe, bitch. You ain't that smart.
Let's look at it really, man. I mean, I'm in the West Coast, and I've never been to 5% of this, but tell me some shit. But the explanation for 9 planets and why there is the only life on this planet, right? Before we get outside the galaxy, we still within the confines of our solar system, right? Rock touched a lot of planets, and it'd be selfish for us to say that this is the only one he touched. Brother Heru brought that shit of Europa from Jupiter.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Put a nigga for Saturn.
That's what I'm saying. I'm not disregarding or just saying that we haven't been out and about everywhere. I'm saying we've been everywhere. I'm not gonna put this beast. This beast, you ain't been off this planet. Your ass ain't been nowhere. You ain't been no goddamn where. You was created right the fuck here, and they trying to put themselves in the outer space story. We from outer space. Because what it built is some type of superiority. That we came from somewhere else that y'all couldn't have came from. Y'all couldn't.
Okay, let me explain what I'm saying. What I'm saying is, all right. In regards to planets, this is the closest the cracker has ever come to rock on this planet. Can't you see it?
Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying.
The problem with that is that the origin of the cracker beast, we know from the records that they were savages, and that we civilized them. So I don't know how savage got the wherewithal to come from another planet and land here.
Chaos, savagery, and chaos run neck and neck. If you come from a savage planet, you come to that's in order, a planet that's in order, a planet that got a close relationship and it got a weird relationship because how close it is to Ra. You would want to throw that whole balance off to get you to fear. So this is all speculation.
Yeah, we throwing it around right now because we're gonna take this even further. We know what I'm saying. We got to do this. This how, you know what I'm saying? This how we build our African minds. We all got to come in with how we think that this motherfucker came up here, because it's still a little bit of mystery on it. Not too much right now, though. It ain't too much, because I'm saying, like, me, I'm looking at him as something, and when you say he came from another planet, I mean that when he came, like, his breathing inside of that cold was like being in the ice planet. It was like being from another planet. And he acts like he's from another planet. You know what I mean? It's like they get this David Icke. They got a lot of theories, like the reptilians helped them and they fought reptilian. They come with this draconian shit.
That theory, because that theory's still riding with him, and reptiles can take the sun. I accept that he's from the moon. I would accept that. He's from the moon. Okay, that's why the moon white. He white. Okay, it's cold on the moon. Okay, I'll ride with that. I'm saying he's not natural to the natural order of this planet. Never has been.
Yeah, true. Because you can't be natural. No genetically modified entity is natural to wherever they at, because it took the hand of man to create you. And if the hand of man had to create you, then you're not natural to none of this shit. That's why he's breaking down. That's why he's breaking right the fuck down. He's going back. Well, like he's really going back to his motherfucking beast nature, because he can't help it. His mitochondrial DNA making him go back. That Neanderthal making him turn back. He rehominated.
Now, but this will help me fixate on that thought, right? You buy a computer, but type in Martian the Manhunter and look at him. Go to the Google Images and tell me if that's not Osiris, Osiru. He was his planet. He's Martian the Manhunter. He's from Mars, right? His planet was invaded by almost similar white aliens, and they emphasize the word white, who were shapeshifters.
See, that worked.
And they couldn't take the sun. They couldn't take. I'm watching this cartoon laughing because when the mothership came.
I know you're talking. I've seen him before. I know you're talking about. Yeah, I seen him.
X on his chest.
There's a star. He got the X on his chest. There's a star. They all green.
That's a red X, and he's green, right?
Yeah.
In the comic book world, Superman said it was one individual he would never want to fight, and that's Martian the Manhunter, his father. In the context of how he was putting it, like he would never want to fight, right? Martian Manhunter got one weakness, and it's the power for the cracker, fire. He can shapeshift. He got melanin, right? He can read your mind. But the nigga can't, right? Fire. He's scared of fire. When he take human form, he black. I think his name is
Matter of fact, you saying that The Rock's supposed to be playing him in a movie.
Now that he shouldn't be playing The Rock. Well, but that's their story. But
no, I was gonna say I'm just saying The Rock's supposed to be playing him in a movie, Martian the Manhunter. But but see, that's what I'm saying. Like I understand totally what you mean by he's not from here, and I totally agree with that. But when I'm saying that he's not from here, I mean that he's not naturally a part of this environment. That he was created here though in this environment. I can't give him like I can't give him that he's that smart to get the fuck over here. I can't give him that much. And then the shapeshifter don't count. That is agreeable with me because of the different type of the different types of these motherfuckers all over. This Neanderthal safety. Look at it. You got the Indian one. You got the Indian Aryan one. You got the China Mongol Neanderthal. You got this Australian Neanderthal. You got the straight white. The white one with black hair and brown eyes. Then you got the blonde hair, blue-eyed one. These motherfuckers are some shape-shifting motherfuckers. But they all the same. When you look out there, you can't tell who is who.
His name is Martian the Manhunter. He's on Earth. Who was Earth? White beings. Come on, man.
I mean, what's weird?
The title of being the Manhunter. He's the only Martian left. He's a Manhunter. Who are the people on the planet? Why would he be called the Manhunter Well, we don't know who the man must destroy his planet, right?
Because they know the man ain't us. Us the man. The man is something different.
Mm-hmm.
We the motherfucking, we the real, if anybody came from somewhere else, it was us. Billions of years ago. Millions of years ago, some point in time. A long time ago. A long, long time ago.
People out. Get the story out. Get here. When he do get here, right? Before he even knows if these are the before he even knows if these are the right beings. I mean, white and right? He get kidnapped by white scientists in white coats, and they lock him up in the chamber, right? And the justice, I think it's Superman, one of the motherfuckers who find him. He break out, and of course he go on a rampage. He start killing motherfuckers. This is Superman find out how strong he is. He couldn't be a bad guy because he ain't got a chance to say if he was good or bad. When he got to this planet, he was kidnapped by white beings in white suits. You see what I'm saying? So it had to be the same people before they even heard this, before they even factually like, well, how you doing, neighbor? On another planet, right? How you doing? We're sorry to hear about your fate here. We welcome you with arms. They do the same shit the other beings had. They had something in common.
All right. You know, he just listen, right? You said that, right? I'm just going into. They got a biography of this dude, Martian the Manhunter, named John. His name is John Jones. John Jones. They said the Martian language has 12 words for husband, 14 for father. What that mean? But
keep it on. When you see the white alien, they emphasize this white, any aliens, but they emphasize that they're white aliens.
Yeah, see, and like when you say alien, that automatically plays true. They foreign. You're a fucking foreigner. You foreign to wherever the fuck you foreign. You're a foreign entity. You're a goddamn alien. Nobody never seen you before. What the hell is you? You're foreign to us. Hold up, the strain of a strain of what? What the fuck? The strain of Mayavana is such that it can only be used once a lifetime. It's so normally used on one that a Martian loves the most. Hold up, he returned to an embryonic stage and therefore saved his class. What the?
Now this is DC comic books. DC comic books.
This some weird.
They perpetuate old myths. They ain't no secret. They ain't create nothing new. They just taking old myths and put new names on them and new storyline.
Yeah, that's all. That's the basis of all of them. You know, they put in a couple science things, whatever the government community tells them to do, and then they just take a bunch of old stuff, remix it.
Interesting, huh?
This is a superhero of Turkey. He was a Turk at one point in time. He was a Turk.
Now they connected the history.
They call him a dervish, a superhero of Turkey.
See? Now we know Turkey was the first, like Walter Williams said. That's where European education curriculum came out of. Not motherfucking Rome. East Africa. Anatolia. Area called Turkey right now.
Oh, damn, he's been around for a long time. He's been around since 1955.
See?
And he was one of the first little comic motherfucking heroes. And actually, they say up here that he created the Justice League. He was the founding member of all incarnations of the Justice League of America.
Osiris.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Superman don't want.
Mm-hmm. And I can see the connection because he's green and he got
a
that
long-headed head. His head is long like Akhenaten.
He got the green and that X right on top of him. That's the telltale right there. That green and X right there on top of him.
And one of his powers is he can transparent. He can float through walls. You can swing at him and he can. You know what I'm saying? He can be light or heavy, like a ghost. Can read minds and shapeshift? Come on, man. He took on the whole Justice League in the cartoon. I'm watching this, my nephew like, wow. I know he was this strong. They purposely downsize his power because he will overtake, you know what I mean? So they give him a docile characteristic. His voice sound like a brother. When he take human form, he a brother named John.
Yeah,
Black
John
dude,
Jones.
John.
Yeah, John Jones.
Now, even if he ain't black, he from a planet that was took over by white folks. On this planet that's run by white folks, he identifying with the people who catching the most of the slack, the black ones. So I make psychological. DC coming.
Now you're saying that, right? Oh, go ahead.
Go ahead.
No, I was saying that now to make that connection is that he not only that they say he was like he spent a lot of his time in the Philippines and shit like that. So they just make the connection of trying to he's trying to help the downtrodden. Because the Philippines they poured in a motherfucker down there.
And blacks.
Yeah. They got them black. Yeah, they got them blacks down there.
They call the blacks Mexico.
Yeah, I ain't gonna say Africans, but they
my cousin half black, half Filipino.
Yeah, they surely black out there.
And they got that whatchamacallit out there. She was God damn it, what's it called? It's not heroin. They smoke it though, and they God damn it, what's it called? The Chinese, the British put the show on the Chinese. What the fuck is it called? Tip my tongue. Opium. Oh
yeah. The opium wars.
Opium out there too. No.
Out there in the Philippines.
Yeah.
You go that dope out there.
That opium.
But them Negritos though, like I said, them Negritos, like that was and you can see the Negritos turned into the Asians. You can just look in their face and see that, and see them turning into what we got the modern day Asians. They got that wide. You can see the whip in their face, that wide, flat-like face. You know what I mean?
But shit, most blacks got them features.
Huh?
Most blacks got those features. Most Africans got those features. High cheekbones, slanted eyes, tight eyes.
No, but they got it different. If you look at it, it's different with that big ridge on over their forehead. They look a little different than they look a little different than the African. Even though they got that roundness in their face, they got it's more.
A shaft on the crest. They got a deeper shaft on the crest. Yeah.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? Well, you be like, damn, that look real apey right there. I'm telling you, LeBron James look like one, man. LeBron James look like he's from Papua New Guinea, man. I wouldn't doubt it. I wouldn't doubt if his genetics went back to Papua New Guinea somewhere, man. I wouldn't doubt that at all, man. That he was part of the super Neanderthal.
But okay. That's a good point you brought up. Because what they say during that same time period, would you say 60,000 years? I think 50,000. It's another ice age fluctuating, and that area was all landlocked. So imagine Thailand. Imagine you could walk the land, all that from Thailand, Southeast Asia, Thailand to Australia. I mean, they're saying that's how they was able to make those migrations.
Make those migrations, yeah. And see, from how the brother was, I'm gonna tell you, it was interesting what he was saying. That it's more like they just moved them there. They took the population from here and just moved them there, or took took the Denisovan, brought them to Australia, mixed them with another humanoid, mixed two different type of hominids together, mixed them down, brought in like a clone type of African, and they just brought them in and mixed them down until you got what you have right now, the Australian.
Yo, Black Power.
Black Power, what's going on, brother? How are you, family?
What's right, all the G's and the GS's, huh? What's going good, huh?
Yeah.
Hey, look, man. Hey, man, listen, man. I don't even want to be called a human no more, man. I'm a god, you feel me? You feel me? Don't even call me a motherfucking human, you feel me? I ain't no goddamn chimp. Black Power.
That's right.
Power.
Black Power. Who said fuck that? We got to get away from any association with these bitches.
Yeah, man, I ain't no chimp. Don't call me no motherfucking Homo sapien. Don't call me nothing that got to do with a human. I'm a divine being. You know what I mean? Just checking y'all motherfucking animals out right now. You feel me? Black Power.
Power.
Hey, yo, that's what I like. Yo, listen, man, I'm going to tell you, that's what I like about over here. Listen, right, we're scholarly, we don't mind the scholastic, but to some things, don't listen, man, we just African on this shit. We just not going to roll with whatever fucking, no, we just not going to roll with that shit. Sorry. Just not going to roll with that. I don't give a fuck what you brought up. We just not going to roll with that right there.
And the African is, I mean, chimpanzee is a monkey Africa. The chimpanzee older than the cracker is.
Yeah, the chimpanzee older than the cracker. Yeah, older than the cracker.
The chimpanzee don't know the cracker. Everything that comes to the cracker, smell that motherfucker. And most of them get vicious when they smell that motherfucker. Kill it, motherfucker, kill it. Oh, get the dog, man. Or get that little, you know what I mean? Get the little, when the dog been conditioned, the dog the only one that's so sympathy for that motherfucker, bro. And bless his heart. But
I'm about to say the dog an invention too. They creation too, man. You feel me?
Yeah.
All these Frankensteins out here, man. Frankensteins out here, man.
Yo, listen, right now I was checking out that fucking thing on the Bigfoot thing. I was checking out some of that the Bigfoot genome sequencing. That's some interesting shit right there. That's some interesting shit right there, son. Bro, like these ain't no motherfucking kooks. These ain't no goddamn kooks talking about no Bigfoot. These goddamn credible motherfucking scientists, man. Geneticists and all this shit. These ain't no goddamn kooks talking about some things. Yo, that conference was full of motherfucking scientists. And one thing you gotta know about white people, man, like, look, yeah, they racist, but when you get a crowd of these motherfuckers who the government don't never want to publish, you get some of them radicals that John Hillicock was talking about. Some of them radicals in here. And they will put out this shit because they find it interesting that this shit is going on. They're like, oh, shit, we might be for monkeys? Is monkey people out here, really? What the fuck? They put that shit out. And then, and a lot of times, you have to go through a lot of the different information to pull together a good aspect of what's going on, because most times they're not making the connections. They find the hominid. They don't make the connection between the hominid and themselves. They just looking at the information on the hominid. Then you got the people who look at just the genetic understanding of what they call other men, mankind, or the cracker beasts, as our sister likes to say. But when they just specifically look at that, they never make the connection between these hominids because they don't want to. They keep them sciences totally separate from each other, because if they did, when you write that shit together inside a motherfucking book, you're gonna fuck up everything else.
Now you know what the word hominid mean, brother?
With the hominid,
the other shit means walking upright.
Oh, right, yeah. You're walking on two legs.
So monkeys are hominids. Monkeys right now, are hominids because they have the ability to walk upright, but they're not primary bipedal. They're not bipedal.
They're not primary bipedal. Yeah, they're not bipedal. They're not.
Man, look up the prefix HOM, HOM. Look that prefix up. Can't be a hominid without being a hom first. Can't be a homo without being a hom first. Look at that. Check it out.
Homo Latin for the category in which they categorizing them, genius. Homo means homo is type of genius. That's why you go from Hypergalandus to Homo sapien, but it's Latin. It's all it's category talk.
Hold on. Well, let me see. I got a hom right here.
H-O-M.
H-O-M. Yeah, it says the soma plant.
Dash next to it.
It says, this one say a soma plant, a lifeless vine of Eastern India.
No, hom, Latin for Greek, homo.
No, I'm going to go back to
similar, alike.
Yeah.
Number 2 definition, homosexual. See, one and the same, similar, alike, similar. See, creation talk to me. See, creation code words to me, similar, alike. We ain't alike, we ain't similar, we a God. You gotta understand, you dig? So they gotta, they doing a reverse engineering thing. They trying to figure out how to become that. First, they gotta be a man first.
I dig that. I dig that. I dig that.
And so that's why I'm breaking down their words. They really tell you.
Gotta say, like kings amongst men, Yeah, kings amongst men.
No, that's what you said when you said about the reverse engineering. That's what I said. That's what happened when they got them. When they went up inside. Inside Africa, start getting them scrolls. You see what they start coming out with? You see how many dogs they came up with out of Europe at one time?
Man, the interesting thing too with that, Brother B, is how they found y'all was talking about all them shits they was finding. It was on the pyramids, brother.
Dark Ages,
on the pyramids, brother.
Yeah.
So the brother was breaking down how the pyramids was our creation labs, how we was how they was in there, how we was creating. It was creating. Actually, if you ain't African, you created. That's pretty much what he broke down.
Yeah, they pulling out that energy right there as well.
About that shit. You dig? You may have been made from a goddamn lever snake and a goddamn dragon, for all we know. You feel me?
Who knows what the fuck you got in you? Who knows what you got in you, man? We got this. That's and I never even really thought about it. But thinking about while we had this discussion, I was just like, damn, in Europe they did. That shows that they all of a sudden got the understanding of motherfucking genetic splicing and variations and shit like that. Because they just immediately went to it with the fucking wolf.
Mhm.
Like in the
during the Dark Ages, they was doing that.
So much,
small dogs recorded the Dark Ages. They said when was in Spain, they had paved roads. They had the dogs to keep the fleas down. I heard this from European. That's why they kept small dogs.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I do agree that they had different type of dogs. But I'm saying just look at the whole new variant and look at this shit right here, right? Check this out. I think that they might have put some human inside that dog. Because that fucking dog in a person, the way them motherfucking white people, them dogs is one of the only type of animals that almost naturally try to have a hump on a motherfucking person. Like cat, you don't get no cat just trying to hump on a person. No shit like that. Be like sexually attracted to a person. Like what the fuck kind of shit is that?
Now I'll give that. That's what him and that cracker got in common. They'll fuck anything. I'll give that. That's what the cracker and the dog got in common. They'll fuck anything.
And they also have diseases in common because the cracker beast gets scabies, so do the dog and other wild animals, for an example. You know?
Ooh, because they both created. They're both creations.
Yo, I forgot all about that. That's a good one too, Sister Camille. That's a good one. Oh, you motherfuckers. Oh, that's a good one right there. Y'all motherfuckers get the scabies.
Mm-hmm.
That's a good one. God damn, that's a good one.
Me and the family were talking about that today. How the crack disease is really a beast. And we were talking about the different diseases like dogs and the cracker beast have that we don't naturally get. And if we it's because we was in contact with a cracker beast.
Cracker, yes. And that's what I'm saying about the motherfuckers. They overpowered us with their germs. We got in contact with the motherfuckers. It didn't matter how they came across. They had a Bible or a gun. We dying because they just disease ridden.
And that's true for a fact, because dogs be catching cancer and diabetes. I'm like, what the fuck you mean your dog is diabetic, Cracker? What the fuck? Oh, that's the reincarnation of your great-grandma. Okay, I understand. Yeah, okay. You know, they be catching tendinitis. They be having arthritis. Dogs, they have the same issues. We catch it. A lot of shit we didn't have, arthritis, shit like that, since we've been on this Cracker. Even the dogs catch it. Dog have a heart attack. He eating steak every day. Dog eating better than some niggas in the projects. Yeah, he got a heart attack and arthritis problems. How y'all know this? He told you.
The dog got the gout.
The dog told him, huh? How are y'all able to conclude that? Wow. They got life alert dogs, man. That Cracker love that dog. Life alert. That dog, old dogs. You can't get to the motherfucker to the dog outpost or something, man. He fall down. Electric emergency personnel will be there to help the dog. All that type of shit, man. Taxonomy, they stuffing and pay thousands of dollars and get a roof and stuff for life and preserve.
Yeah, I've seen that too. We have stuffed dogs. White people crazy.
He's part of it. From my dad told me, you can't kill everybody's dog, man. Some people consider their dog part of the family. I said, Crackers.
Yo, people say that shit to me all the time. Like my dog is my motherfucking child. I said, man, that ain't my motherfucking child. That's a dog. They're like, oh no, that's a dog, man. That's a dog. I got a child, and I'm definitely not gonna consider my motherfucking child and that dog in the same motherfucking space. They not alike.
I said.
So even if you're from the outside looking in, if you've never been to America, you'll be able to see that they deify. They're infested with fake things, and they deify dogs. When you look at the ancient account, who are some of the deities who are assimilated with gods? Who are dogs? Said Typhon. But this one came to mind right here. Look this up, brother. There's two mammals that they use that they use as being species that are actual and factual products of evolution, and we're experiencing it right now. The anteater and the duck-billed platypus. Now, they mammals, I heard, but I heard a duck-billed platypus come out of eggs. I think an anteater too. Look at the anteater, because the anteater look like Typhon a little bit.
No, the anteater don't come out no egg. But a duck-billed platypus do.
Yeah, and it's considered to be that. I'm going to say I want to say mammal, but I'm not for sure. But
it's a mammal.
Animal that bridges the aquatic life with land mammals.
Yeah. And I don't agree with that either.
That's within that evolution story.
That's called taxonomy. That's the taxonomy of how they categorize species, whether they be amphibians, warm-blooded, sharks. Like sharks, for example, you'll find in the survival. Sharks are all cartilage. There's no bones in sharks, so they got a special name for them. They just put it in the record of the European, of course, record of taxonomy, how certain species fall and what makes a mammal and so forth. So, I agree with your sister on that. But
now, look, check this out, though. Now, this is something interesting, too. Now, these motherfuckers is native to where?
Where?
Where they native to? Australia.
Where? Who?
The duck-billed platypus.
Wow.
Australia.
Where
these motherfuckers, when they was over there in Australia, that's where they was doing a major amount of goddamn crossbreeding. They was doing crossbreeding over that motherfucker. They got big ass rats. They got big ass rats out there jumping around on 2 legs. And they want to tell us that it's kangaroos. They want to tell us it's a kangaroo. It's a big ass fucking rat on 2 legs.
That's different. Remember, Australia got the same. They got almost the same anomalies of a species like Madagascar.
Some anomaly type shit.
Yeah, and they both almost down under. You know what I mean? New Zealand too.
Mhm.
Remember the vortex spin the opposite way.
All of them got some strange things going on in there, and they all are going that nullary line where black people could readily be able to go through there with no problem. We wouldn't have no problem with us being able to habitate those type of motherfucking areas to be able to go there. Like there would be some places that we would venture to.
Mhm.
It's the same, same weather. We're just we'll be staying in our weather, we'll be staying in our zone and shit. Going there and changing shit up, because Australia is somewhere where we could go to and it'll be like, it'll be like an Africa. You go there, do all the motherfucking experimentation you want, and then that play a part to what we've seen where they got them hieroglyphics in the caves in Australia, talking about the 2 brothers who went there and got stranded.
Now they got let me read this, brother. They got a New Guinea story about the creation of the cracker. But I was suspect when I read it because let me read it to you and I'll tell you why. Because when you read it, you can be like, hold on, now that may be a modern colonialist interpretation of that folk. Because remember last show, I think we was reading the oral African history on the folklore story from the Fulani. And when you brought up the New Guinea, I forgot the New Guinea motherfuckers is right. They right there by Australia, right?
Mhm. Mhm. We got you, you fucking year old nut. Good looking, the great car.
Okay, here we go. Right here, it's called the Guinea Fowl Child. You got a couple of them. Let me make sure it's this one. The talking, we got one called the Talking Skull.
Right.
Hold on.
This is class tonight, y'all. If y'all missed this one, I'm telling you, woo, woo, woo. Yo, the red flare on your fucking ass. Yo, listen, I don't think that's Ali Muhammad, though. I don't think that's Ali Muhammad. The brother said he was from L.A. He said he lived down in L.A. Yeah, man, I'm telling you. He said, I hit him, I gave him the information, man. I'm trying to get him on the show. Told him to inbox me. I sent him the information for the show and shit, man. I'm trying to get him on. He said, that's what I was like, yo, he sounds like Ali Muhammad, but that's not him.
Yo, they sound identical like Ali Muhammad.
Yeah, sir. Because I was like, damn, I was like, yo, once you told me that I was listening to him, I was like, damn, he do sound like Ali Muhammad. But then I listened to this other joint, and he was talking about background and shit. And I know Ali from Philly and shit.
Oh, well, but you mentioned that, I don't know, because you mentioned that, the Yahoo story with Farrakhan, what Elijah Muhammad had said, too.
Yeah. Now, Ali talked about that. Yeah, definitely. I'm saying, man, I don't really be telling people about that shit, but I have it in my head on a certain context of how these white people came about. I'm more readily of the science that they was grafted, that they was not no fucking evolution, no evolution. We didn't come from no apes, and they didn't just come pop up out of us and turn into some other separate species. And I know we wasn't having sex with no goddamn animals. And even if we was, you still couldn't make no fertile offsprings. You're not gonna bring that to me.
They got to be genetically done. It's the only way.
Yeah. Who was having sex with what? With what? And created a white man. With what? What we had sex with? What, white man? Tell me what we had sex with to create you.
I mean, because all our creation story always say we came with the earth.
Yeah, I should have not this shit that they talking,
Earth
man.
showed up, damn it. The black man was on that motherfucker too. You feel me?
I'd rather be created on a potter's wheel by canoe.
So, I mean, it don't matter. I know the cracker is an invention, so he can't escape that.
And so when I say that canoe created this, we was created when the rest of everything else was created.
You feel me?
There you go.
It's created so long ago we forgot we was black. The Book of the Beginnings is so dope. Book of the Beginnings break down everything. I said, oh, that's where these crackers get everything from right here. Oh man, it's amazing.
Yeah, I can't wait to get into that. But I'm gonna be real. I'm both ways. You know, I can handle both thoughts. I can handle what the born is saying, and I can also handle shake out the Diop espouses. I can handle that as well. The one thing I know is that the cracker beef is devoid of Ra. It was not created by Ra. That a cockroach is superior to the cracker beef. You probably funny. I'm being dead ass. Yeah. I'd like for you to get the brother on the show because when it comes to the splicing of the DNA cell or the DNA, I want to know if he is saying that the pyramid, which he had shown, he had played that example where the cracker beast had that pyramid made out of metal shit, and when he put that EMF joint inside, the numbers went crazy high. If he's saying that they somehow use magnetism to cause the splicing, I find that very interesting, and I want him to build on that with the influence of Sirius at that time.
Yo.
That's that serious alchemy right there. That's what I'm trying to do.
Yes, sir. That was some sharp shit that he did. Me and my daughter gonna make one of them little pyramids. We gonna make us one.
Please, who we talking to? Okay?
You know what?
Oh, you got a coat hanger, you in there.
Yeah, I said, goddamn, we gonna. Yo, I said, listen, I'm looking around the house and all we got is plastic coat hangers. I'm feeling dumb as hell.
And
hey, at least keep your fruit under there. You feel me? Get your fresh fruit, keep it under there.
Yup. Yeah, son, gonna make this. I got to see this in action.
I'm going to download that EMF app, just like the Cracker Beast did. And I'm going to build a cardboard one or the paper one and put the egg in there. And see what.
Oh yeah, that was interesting, huh? That
now you know what? I'm gonna tell you something, right? I go to the library, and they got a bunch of them shit hanging up all over the ceiling, all over the ceilings at the with like the kids on that. They got a bunch of them. They made out of like plastic, but they hanging all over the ceiling. Big ass. The same pyramids like my man had on that thing, but big, huge ones hanging up all over.
Yeah, I know all that shit's real, man. That's why them crackers be on that. All them isohedrons, all them shits, because there's only a certain amount of shapes that carry power like that.
Yeah.
And them occult motherfuckers are all on it. Feel me?
He's going to have to tell me. He's going to have to tell me where he got the information that pyramid is used for, because he's saying that you will find pyramids in the general vicinity of all these places where you find these Aborigine types.
Right, I love
where they find the oldest, where the places where they find the oldest bones out of these types. The oldest bones found in these things is found near them pyramids, in caves and shit, near these type of structures or areas. And then them elongated skulls. It goes over with them elongated skulls. That was just something totally different. To throw that on the table.
And then he hit you with the Bermuda Triangle shit. And I said, oh man, because I know all that is real. All that are strings and a node. I know all that is real. You know? So I'm like, damn. So, you can't tell me that our ancestors, this chip just figured this out. You can't tell me our ancestors didn't master that. Come on now.
And with that Bermuda Triangle, I've read the stories of planes and ships coming up missing. While people can see it and then don't see the motherfucker. And I've seen pictures though where you can Google map that joint and you look at the bottom of the ocean, man. Like they said though, they do got something you see. I'm talking about lined up, son, lined up. Ship after ship after ship after ship that done just sunk right there. At least 15 ships, son.
Yeah, some kind of transporter, and I bet you if you ain't got your melanin, you ain't got your shit right, you get ate up.
Actually, it's for every corner of the planet. Look at the Devil's Triangle. It's one right behind Japan.
Now listen, son, the thing of it's more than one.
When you look at Japan, what's fascinating about Japan is the only nation that opened up with the historical myth that to some extent can be proven. It started off with the Sun Queen. She was able to control. Look that shit up. I am not bullshit. Look at the history of Japan. That one day we was doing the history of Japan. We was looking at the World War II. I was looking at the history. Ah, damn, this one, I was looking at how they came into being. And they opened up with, it was the Sun Queen and her dynasty. And she controlled the weather. And what's fascinating, because I'm an archaeologist, the new Tomb Raider game they came out with, that shit is, Sarah Crawford, is based on them going to Japan and getting lost in the Devil's Triangle. I'm like, wow. And it's really archaeological facts found that motherfucker on the Devil's Triangle. That go back to the period in which they claim she existed. And they say she was able to control the motherfucking weather. Now, why would she put her kingdom in the middle of a motherfucking of the triangle? That's where the middle of her kingdom was at. And when I was talking about my Asian friends, Japan openly deifies the sun. That flag is the sun, the rising sun. They say they rise with the sword of the sun, something like that.
Yeah. They rise with the sword. Yeah, with the sword and the sun. They say that Japan was created by a sword dipped into the ocean. And it cut through and some dropped Japan right there from a sword. That's why they feel like they fighting people.
See, I don't know her name, Himiko or something like that. She's the queen. So they open up with a matrilineal opening. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
I mean, it's cool. They still created chimps, though.
But no.
So I wouldn't be surprised to see some if Ivan Van Sertima opened up in this book We Came Before the African Person of Early Americas, and he's not just going off of cultural linguistics, but he's going into archaeological evidence supporting deity worship in certain islands. And then the closer you get to the what the fuck is Bermuda Triangle right off of the coast of Cuba, right there by Florida, ain't it?
Mhm. That's right there off the coast of Florida. Florida, it touched Florida, Bermuda, and Tobago. Maybe Tobago. Florida, Bermuda. No, I won't say Timberland, but that's not it. Maybe Tobago. What's that? Antigua? Shit, I can't. I can't remember the third one right now off the top of my head.
The first revolt.
Everything connect. The first revolt in Haiti is the first. That's the first place where they contacted. They named Haiti was Little Hispaniola, right? Little Spain, right? It was motherfuckers there before. It was one of my American professors going to go over that next week. The natives that were in Haiti before colonial contact. And what was it about these? This is what he's bringing it. And what was it about these natives that the spirit, was obviously found in the Haitians themselves? You see what I'm saying? They could have been one of the same people to some extent, meaning an African people coming to that region before the contact and the knowledge of that once they came there. You know what I mean? They was able to successfully lead to that revolt. Why did he name that Little Spain? What was about it that was so Spanish? I be smoking good weed. I be asking posing questions. They could be solved. You know what I mean? Like we doing tonight. We getting work done tonight.
Spanish.
See, for me, it's the primate. It's an example of the chimp conquering territory and naming it after himself.
Yo, the BBC got a fucking video. I sent that out to y'all. I checked y'all inboxes. I sent y'all the email. BBC, how the ape took over the world.
Mm-hmm. That's why you should. Because even within that, there's going to be overtones of the dominant group. So he's the ape in that sense. He's talking about himself, right?
Yep. I'm on the second one right now, man. Part 2.
Oh, that joint?
Yeah. You know what I mean? You know, I'm full study mode with chimps and whitey. That's gonna be my new topic for a while.
Yeah, man.
They got wombats there. Look at these different animals. They got wombats. Look at the Tasmanian devil. The damn koala.
The Tasmanian devil.
Look, koalas, these just eat poison leaves.
I heard nobody understand what the Tasmanian devil say. That's the cracker. The way he was terrorizing Tasmania.
They just got like a different. They got like a totally like their wildlife is different, and then they got that, and it's like, you know, it's like the Africans brought animals over there and just started doing different stuff with them. They got that, you know, like they got a type of ostrich type of animal over there.
They older than the cracker. I know that.
Sound like the island of Dr. Moreau right there.
Yeah, some shit like that, y'all. The island of Dr. Moreau. Ooh,
they
and that shit was just like that.
They older than the cracker, though.
Mm-hmm.
They way older than the cracker.
Yeah, they were the first ones genetically made. And
they was made. That's what I'm saying. I think that we... Go ahead, Lulu.
How y'all making them conclusions?
You got to watch that video. See, you ain't watched the video.
Okay, you watched the video. I haven't. Is he using evidence from an existing motherfucker now to make the connection with genotype? So, because you have to have
the evidence.
You have to have a genetic marker for what Aboriginal is, and without being mixed with Europeans. How you gonna find one of them?
No, the Aboriginal ain't mixed with Europe. Listen. No.
Why you got a little bit of European in them now?
No. All the Aboriginals, no. Listen, right? That's what I said. They're here, right? They sequence from 100-year-old Aboriginal. You know what I'm saying? And what they got back, see what the European and the Aboriginal got alike is they both got Neanderthal in them, and they both got African in them. That's what they both got alike. You can trace them both back to Africa because they got us in them to make them as human as they are. They both got Neanderthal in them. You know what I'm saying? So then they are like in that. But the thing about the Aboriginal is that he got Denisova.
He got the pigment, that melanin keeps you cool.
How you getting pigment from bones? How y'all getting pigment from bones?
There's not no bones. They get Aboriginals exist right now.
Y'all missing my point. Y'all ain't even missing my point. I ain't even missing what I'm saying.
I didn't say the color of the Denisova.
What are you using for the prime? What is the parameters of measurement? How are you measuring this? You got what's the 0 and what's the 10? What's the lowest and what's the highest? What's the oldest? What's the youngest?
What's the oldest? Listen, hold up. What's the oldest of what, Mr. Ron?
Oldest out of you comparing 3 or 4 different groups. You comparing Neanderthal, the Denisovan, and the goddamn Aboriginal Australian. In the current chronology,
I'm not
first.
Hey, to my understanding, the Denisovan and the Neanderthal is pretty much both the same.
Yeah, they close related.
One of them got the mama DNA, and the other one got the what they say. They don't never test the nuclear DNA.
Because they can't test it because they're so old.
Use it on the Denisovan. On the Denisovan, all they have is a tooth and a goddamn pinky.
No, they got the human. They got the human ape. The whole picture.
They got a human ape. Go to the Denisovan caves. Look at the site. Look. I'm not talking out the side of my neck.
Listen. Listen, right? You do agree that they can sequence the DNA at least get the DNA from the pinky bone on the tooth?
You can sequence. I can find a tooth, and I can find right. I don't know about the chip pinky. I don't know the bone of the pinky. One of the metacarpals of the pinky. It's about the size of motherfucking cat.
Or something. I don't know if it was a toe. It might have been a toe.
That's not the problem. What's the problem right now? Okay, when they're doing a biological inheritance test, what do you need? How do we determine if you the boy's father, or if you the boy? You need mama and the daddy, right? Check.
All right.
You have to have right. I'm gonna say this again. There are no full set of Neanderthal bones. In order for you, that's why the whole claim of a Denisovan is disputed because there's not enough case study samples. You got one genetic anomaly. How we know that motherfucker?
But they got it in 2 different places. Now they got it in 2 different places. They got it in Siberia and they got it in Spain.
Those are Neanderthals. Those are Neanderthal areas. How are they making the connection to Australia?
Because listen, this is how they're making the connection in Australia, because inside of the Aboriginal right now today they have that Denisovan and Neanderthal trait, both of them. So having both of them, then you can tell that the Denisovan is definitely something different because it's inside of the Aboriginal today. So of course,
if the Denisovan is Neanderthal, of course you will find it in him today.
No, listen though, but the Denisovan is not Neanderthal. They are close related, but not the same. That's how you know they're not the same, because they show up as separate traits inside of the Aboriginal. They show up there. So if they show up there inside the Aboriginal as 2 separate traits, then you can see that they are close related, but they're not the same because they show up as different inside the
context, though? Well, what's the context? How are you connecting the two?
How I'm connecting the two? What you mean?
The only way I've heard somebody connect the two is through a migration pattern. They migrated They migrated from Australia back into Africa.
They didn't migrate. They were genetically altered. There was no migration where they migrated back down. They were placed there. They was placed there and created. I'm going with it. They was placed there and created. There wasn't no migration where it was just like the strongest survives. It wasn't nothing like that. It wasn't no thing like that.
Yeah, it wasn't no exodus, wasn't no traveling. They was all engineered at the locations in the pyramids.
Brother. You gotta sometimes check sources, man.
Like this.
All I'm saying is I'm familiar with the information. I'm familiar with the information. I know how they're using the Denisovan. They're using the Denisovan model to get you to look away from the Neanderthal in Europe. How are y'all using it? How are y'all using the Denisovan?
Using it though. That's not how the brother was using it. Like again, you gotta watch the video because your mind is different from ours. You're gonna get a different take. You feel me?
So you gotta watch it, Victor.
The Denisova find itself is issue because they found a tooth and the goddamn pinky in the cave.
Again, you gotta watch the video, see what the brother did, and then you can get at him with that. With that, because
I'm not going.
No, it'll be good because he asked for that. No, listen, right? Will it be good because I'm trying to bring him on. I'm trying to bring him on the show. Because, like I said, when I went and looked, like I said, man, once the Denisova has been sequenced from two different places. They have found the Denisova in two different places, and I looked and seen that they found them in two different places, right? So now I'm like, all right then.
I'm gonna say this because I deal with this shit every day, my nigga. Every day. This you know what I mean? I'm just gonna say this, right? It's the same thing with the sub-Saharan Africa. If they're able to see with a dinner, they have to show you clearly They have to distinctly show you the difference between a Denisova and a Neanderthal, or show you where they're similar and where they aren't. The genetic code markers, things of that nature, like that. I have to hear that, but.
All right, that's a
even if it was off a pinky in the tooth. As a person said, it's basically Neanderthal. They're only saying it's a Denisova because it's found in a cave called Denisova.
Listen though, but I'm saying, so we just using the term Denisova just to say Denisova, because that's just an identifier. That's just an identifier. Now,
but you saying okay. How are Neanderthals then found in Australia?
The DNA of Melanesians and Aboriginals, Australians deriving from Denisova. Analysis of the mitochondrial DNA of the finger bone showed it to be genetically distinct from the mitochondrial DNA of Neanderthal and modern humans. Subsequent study of the nuclear genome from this specimen
Stop right there. You compare modern humans to what now?
They said genetically distinct.
Modern human and mitochondrial from who?
Is genetically distinct from the mitochondrial DNA of Neanderthals and modern humans. The mitochondrial DNA of the Denisova is genetically distinct from the mitochondrial DNA of Neanderthals and modern humans. Subsequent study of the nuclear genome from this specimen suggests that this group shares a common origin with Neanderthals, that they range from Siberia.
Now that's double talk.
That they range from Siberia to Southeast Asia, that they lived among and interbred with the ancestors of some present-day modern humans, with about 3% to 5% of the DNA of Melanesians and Aboriginal Australians deriving from Denisovans.
All that from a tooth?
No, that's from a finger bone, and they got a femur. They got a femur here.
The pinky bone. I keep telling you.
No, listen, right? I'm saying though, listen. So then, what you suggesting that they can't get the mitochondrial DNA from the finger bone? Because they're not talking about they're not giving no parameters of what they look like. They're just saying that the genetic markers is there.
Come on. Say it again, Pops. Right? I say you're coming out. Australia came from where?
No, listen, right? I'm asking you this question. I'm asking you this question before we go on. Because the question is about whether or not they can get the mitochondrial DNA, whether or not they can sequence that. Are we agreeable that they can sequence the mitochondrial DNA?
You can sequence, but what are you comparing it to?
No, listen, no, I'm just saying, I'm just asking this question first. So we agreed that they could get that. So now they compared that to Neanderthal and seeing that it was different. They compared it.
Let me get another example. When Seti read the Chinese report, when the Chinese said that they have orders that came out of Africa, the Chinese did genetic typing on all groups in China, right? The China used one general common African trait that was in the genetic code as the marker. It was general and it was broad because it has to be broad enough that it could be tested in all, or it could be found in all. The more you can find, the more you can test, the more you can compare. When you have a Denisovan, the point I'm making is, even with no solid skeletal record of a Neanderthal, meaning ain't no when they find Neanderthal bones, they scattered. A bone here, a bone there. So when they give you the model of what Neanderthal is, whether it's a projection that's drawn or whether it's in the film, it's exaggerated.
No,
when they tell you
listen, right?
the Neanderthal let me get this across.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? The Denisovan is a tooth. Listen, I'm saying a premolar.
Listen what I'm saying.
A goddamn pinky. What I'm saying is you have to have other things to test within that same time period in that area first. If a white German cracker professor telling me openly it's an issue of contention. He's saying because it's a fucking tooth and this is what the white been telling me.
No, listen what I'm saying though, but they got more than just a tooth. They got more than just a tooth.
All right.
No, they got more than that. They got several, you know what I'm saying, and they doing some more analysis on a couple other pieces that they have found. They got a femur bone that they did the mitochondrial DNA on also, which they initially thought that was done in 2013 from a 400,000-year-old hominin femur bone from Spain, which had first been seen as either Neanderthal or Homo heidelbergensis, which was found to be Denisovan mitochondrial DNA. And so, now that's from southwest Siberia, because that's where the Denisova cave is, in southwest Siberia. Now, what you were talking about is where they found in Spain. They found the teeth in Spain. And so what they were saying that if the DNA discovered in Spain suggests that Denisovans at some point resided in Western Europe, where Neanderthals were thought to be the only inhabitants. A comparison with the genome of a Neanderthal from the same cave revealed significant local interbreeding, with local Neanderthal DNA representing 17% of Denisovan's genome, while evidence was also detected of interbreeding with an as yet unidentified ancient human lineage. Similar, now, there we go, right there. There we go, right there. They go to African. They go to African and I'm right there. That's why they try to bring it. That's why they hominin. They go to African right there. They got some unidentified. We got unidentified pieces in there of a yet unidentified ancient human lineage. Similar analysis of a toe bone discovered in 2011 is underway, while analysis of DNA from the two teeth found the layers different from the finger bone revealed an unexpected degree of mitochondrial DNA divergence among Denisovans. They don't got the anatomy. Some older finds they're looking at some skulls right now from Dali and Maba, and another more fragmentary remains from Asia. The mitochondrial DNA analysis, the mitochondrial DNA differs from that of modern humans by 385 bases, and the mitochondrial DNA strand out of approximately 16,500, whereas the difference between modern humans and Neanderthals is around 202 bases. In contrast, the difference between chimpanzees and modern humans is approximately 1,462 mitochondrial DNA base pairs. This suggested a divergence time around 1 million years ago. The mitochondrial DNA from a tooth bore are similar to that of a finger bone, indicating that they belong to the same population The mitochondrial DNA sequence was recovered that showed an unexpectedly large amount of genetic differences compared to that found in the other tooth and finger, suggesting a high degree of mitochondrial DNA diversity. These two individuals came from the same cave, so more diversity than seen among sample Neanderthals from all of Eurasia, and were as different as modern-day humans from different continents. Now look at this shit. That shit means, you know what that do? That gives more credence to what I'm saying. That gives more credence to it. Right there, they was just mixing them motherfuckers up, just making them and breeding them to try to breed or get that beast out and make them more human. Mm-mm-mm. I just told it right there. I just told it. They the same, but they so fucking different. That's because all this, you just mixing, and y'all all in there together. Sometimes you, at one point in time, you got them, at one point in time, and you got the other one. Now, they talking about some ancient archaic human, but they can't say that it was the African because they go back 1,000,000 years. What other human? Because when you look at the time, anything before goddamn me and from how they put together these skeletons, the Neanderthal from all the bones they found, that motherfucker did not look like no human. Couldn't have looked like no human. Not with that frame, not with that body frame. It was more like a gorilla. Mm-hmm. So how could the Neanderthal also be so close to human at the same time, unless human was already there? And they talk about archaic human. They don't, because you can't. They, like I said, they can't say it was African. They can't say it because they got Homo sapien all the way. They got this Homo sapien thing all the way at the end where black people come from, which is just crazy.
Don't you shit is crazy.
And I'm looking at it. That is because of the way that they put it. If things was really like what they said, right? We just developed. So that means that they just saying that somehow that Bigfoot's still out there. We just ain't caught him yet. Because we had to interbreed with Bigfoot. That's what they're saying. They're saying that African women bred with Bigfoot. Because their mitochondrial DNA go back to the African woman. And they have to. That's the only way that they can be able to even still be on the planet like they are. Because that's the strongest out of the, you know, that's going to be the strongest, the African mother DNA. Mm-hmm. So you chimps, we got you in a bind. We got you in a bind today. We know. It don't matter how you, and I don't care how they migrated. They could have migrated. They could have walked down there. Whatever could have happened. I don't even care. I just know one thing. That you is some genetically created type of whatever for beings. But I think that it might have been something that walked around and still moved around up there, and because I think that they bred that out of them, and those Chinese people, they bred it out.
Shit. If you look at Yao Ming.
Yeah, you know, But he's still Neanderthal. That's Neanderthal. You know what I'm saying? He looked like a big Neanderthal, too.
Remember, it ain't bred out. It's just bred to low percentages.
Yeah.
It ain't gonna never be bred out. It's just bred to under 5%.
Mm-hmm. You know what I'm saying? Look at Big Al. They look at Yao Ming and then look at Sean Bradley. They look the same. Two big ass Bigfoot.
I'm telling you, the brother video just threw the They Live glasses on. Like, that's all I see now.
They're Bigfoot. Bigfoot. Fuck out of here.
Fucking Yetis everywhere.
Okay.
I said Bigfoot. You got nothing to say to me. You fucking Bigfoot, man. Stop. Listen, man. I know y'all listening, man. I might just start giving that video to white people. Look. White people, look at this.
Yeah, tell her, hey, debunk this, Cracker. Listen here, Chip. Debunk this.
Yo, sorry. I'm telling you, I always go to bed with these motherfuckers, right? They always taking me to therapy. So, they always want to talk about some old dumb shit. I don't never pay no attention. But I'm going to be on them now. Now I got something to talk to them about. I got something to talk to your ass about. Because I don't know what the fuck. You know, I guess they job to vent. You know, that's their job to be friendly to motherfuckers. They always want to talk, though. I'm like, yo, listen, man, I've seen something wild. Check this out. We pump this.
What's dope about it is it's other chimps telling you that they chimps.
Yo, it can't be bad.
Can't be bad. And who am I to argue with the head chimp of your genetics department?
Who am I to argue with the head dog? The big dog said you's a chump, man. He said it, not me. Today I roll with the science.
That's y'all science. It sounds good to me. What's wrong?
I roll with the science today. Sounds good to me. This don't sound like racism and white supremacy right here. No. Sound like somebody trying to slip and told the truth by accident. Y'all don't want to put it. Y'all, they don't want to say it outright. They don't want to say it outright. But because the fact that they pulling out, it is what it is. But they don't want to say it outright. That they chump. Damn lemur. Fucking lemur.
See? That's what I mean. And they had a lemur that was big like a fucking gorilla. And they extinct. They hunted it.
Fucking lemur. Come on. And they be having tails. Only animals grow them extra vertebrae. Fucking lemur, son. Fucking lemur.
Man, no hand-eye coordination. Come on, son.
The grandmama is the Yeti.
The Yeti. Got a Bigfoot in the basement, huh? Oh, man.
Yeah, like that website I sent out called Quranic Soul, whatever. The cracker telling you about themselves. Like, look, you can see the Neanderthals on my peoples. Check it out. They on TV and everything. Playing soccer and everything.
Remember the commercial with the cavemen?
Yeah.
Like monkeys?
Yeah, they didn't care. They telling you. Y'all, they telling you.
Famous.
They telling you this. Guy told, man. The caveman, man. So easy a caveman could do it. The caveman, then they had the caveman getting mad, remember? They was doing a commercial where the caveman was mad. Like, yo, what you mean the caveman can do it? What the fuck? He's mad in there. He's a fucking chimp. What you mean? And the chimp doesn't put on clothes. He got sophisticated on him.
Word up. That's what we dealing with right now. Chips in the soup.
The fucking soup. He is sophisticated on him. No, he's a sophisticated monkey now. Oh. Oh, that's why you're tough, because you're a sophisticated monkey. I don't want to hear that, man. You jumped out. Now I got you. I got you. Yo, I can never look at him. Yo, listen, I already looked at him fucked up. But for some reason, because of the everything is said that somehow they came up out of us, that we just mutated, evolved, and so I was like, all right, man, I don't really believe that, but I don't got enough stuff to combat that. Now I don't need nothing. I'm straight, nigga. I'm straight. I don't need shit. I know you're a chump, bitch. Cut it out. There's nothing to say.
It's Neanderthal versus the Cro-Magnon. That's all it is.
Which one is
it himself on the website? I started laughing. He said, Neanderthals longing for a home. I said, damn. There you go. There you go right there. You feel me? He's cracking.
Jumped out. They wild with it. I said, man, they ain't got nothing else to do, huh? But jump out. Crazy motherfucking white people. Now I know. God, caught you. Busted. Busted. You fucking busted. They get God damn wide open. You got caught, man, with your pants down. This is the most funniest shit I've seen in a long time, man. Fuck all that shit the niggas talking. This shit kill your religion. It kill religion right there, dead in its tracks.
Like, damn, you following the chimp religion? Word.
You following the monkey. You following the monkey.
Go teach you how to get the soul, yo. Word.
You're a monkey uncle. You'll be a monkey's uncle, huh? That's you.
That saying makes sense, don't it?
Yeah. I'll be a monkey's uncle. Yeah, you is a monkey's uncle, motherfucker.
Yeah, cracker, you is. You ain't lying.
You ain't lying at all. You knew it a long time, huh? We the ones caught slow to we the ones were slow on it. We forgot. Y'all stole our shit. If you wouldn't have stole our shit, we'd still remember what the fucking time it was with you jackasses. But every dog got his day. Huh? Ain't that why they say that? Every dog get his day, right? Man. Sent out 101. Yeah, I got to pass that out to all my peoples. All the homies gonna get that. Everybody come by. You got a phone that download YouTube. You can watch YouTube up there, yeah? Yo, let me send this video to you. You ready now?
Ready.
Immediately. All little young, oh man, I'm gonna catch all of them outside with their little phones. Yo, check this out. Boom, let me send this to you then. Check this out. Right. They gonna love it. I know I did. We got another video talking about why he be cussing. If you don't like my shit, man, hey, look, this is my shit for people like me. Fuck out of here. All soft and weak.
That's the problem. More soft and weak.
Yeah, all soft and weak. You know, like, man, I'm giving this shit to you straight up, man. The last time I was beating around the bush with this shit. Everybody want to play nice. Everybody want to play nice. Everybody want to play nice, man. This not nice time. This not nice time, man. All that playing nice, man. We smiling in the face of death. Nah, man, this shit ain't gonna work no more. We can't just keep. We laughed in the face of death long enough. Now it's time to do something about this.
Yep. See, the only thing they just ain't going to admit is that they was created, that we created them.
Yep. That's what
they cannot admit that. You feel me? That's some shit you cannot admit.
Yep, that's where they at. That's where they stuck at. They stuck at that
so
point.
They rather say they came with the breeding, any kind of mating. And even if that was the case, it would be the case of you motherfuckers raped. They done found a female and raped her.
Yep, and they trying to because it can't be the other way around. It can't be the other way around because see that's already the proof because they mitochondrial DNA go back to. But then
that's what I mean. They couldn't mate with her because the baby wouldn't survive.
Would
so
survive?
It had to be genetically made.
Yup. The baby wouldn't make it, man. We not close enough alike.
We ain't alike. We gods. They fucking animals, creatures. We created them. See, that's what we got to start getting back to, man. We divine beings, man. You know what I mean? Y'all was created. Straight up. Got nothing in common with us. Nothing. No, motherfucker, no. That's why you can't even take the sun. Get the fuck back. Feel me? You ain't got no soul. Therefore, you ain't got no spirit. You goddamn, you a beast. You a creation. Damn, this is what it is. Truth is a motherfucker.
I would say they use the clone woman. They use the clone black woman.
Oh, but I was going to say, they had to. The clone black woman is the Eve for these motherfuckers. You know, they test tube babies.
Mm-hmm. All the way.
Test tube babies. That's the only way they can be genetically born. Then, like you said, then later on, you know, they got that shit to where they could pass on the gene when they mate.
Yeah, got them so close together. Got them so genetically close together that they could pass that they could go ahead and interbreed with each other.
Right, like the damn glow cat you was talking about.
Yeah, no, and you know what I'm saying? Where now, no matter what, you still pass on the trait. No matter what, once you genetically put it in there, it's there. It's there. You can't take it out. So once that animal has, that's like we were talking about with the fucking Planet of the Apes.
That's all it is. That's why they made the movie. Make the movie.
Yeah, with the movie. Once they got that trait inside of them, when they had babies, they was able to pass on the trait. The same way that Caesar had. Caesar didn't get it. Like, he didn't get it, though. Like, his mother had the trait. You feel me? They gave his mother the trait. And he was just born through her. They didn't know she had a baby. The white boy had just stolen out the lab. They didn't know. So they didn't know that she passed that trait on. But she did. And so that's how that shit went down. And that showed that it was a genetic alteration. They genetically altered them. And once they genetically alter and modify them, when you have a child, your child will take on that modification, and it keep on going because it's not like it was a direct sexual contact. Yeah, it wasn't no direct sexual contact to bring that other species in or bring that other type of genetic strand in. It wasn't no sex that brought it in. It was through directly going into the genome.
Mm-hmm. And you gotta watch that other video I sent by Oliver, the human Z. They found this motherfucker in Africa. Feel me? Walking upright. Feel me? He wasn't walking upright then because he's a baby and shit. But when they had got him, he's a Caesar. Feel me? Oliver, the human Z, he's Caesar. Damn, there you go right there, proving what the brother talking about. This is off the chain. You feel me? I mean, they know this, though. Like I said, the only thing they ain't going to say is that we created them. They going to use the, cohabitation or something like that. I'm trying to see, do they use sexual words? Do they use intercourse? Do they use mating? Or bred with. Bred with don't really mean nothing. You could breed something genetically, right? So if they using breed, I'm kind of thinking from that angle. Breed is the key word to let you know that that's the genetic creation. Bred.
Yeah.
Not mated, not intercourse.
Bred. Yeah. Yeah. That's how you get the different breeds of horses.
That's just how you get breeds. You ain't got to be bred first. That's what I'm saying. So it makes perfect sense, really. You know? I ain't going to say created, so, you know, like, damn, yeah, you know, the Africans created us. You know?
We just
Like, oh, we was bred with them.
Yeah, we was bred with that.
And the Neanderthal, though. But damn, so how that proves the motherfucker you creation. Say whatever we can find. Let's try this lizard. Let's try this.
They happy as hell that they was bred back with the African, and then mad as a motherfucker at the same time. Because if they wasn't, they undoubtedly still be, you know, even more wild, savage, and dumb than what they are now.
No, it makes total sense. That's why they try to give us their history and take our history. They try to give us the 8. Like, nah. That's all you. You can have that.
That's all you. Yo, because they still, listen, man, they got enough of them still look just like apes. They can try to pull that shit in, and they can pull whatever you want. But I see you motherfuckers. Y'all know like aped out. I see y'all chunked out. I see it plain as day.
Yep.
I'm sorry.
That's you, Queen. I was just saying bottom line. Sorry about that.
And it might explain their underlying hatred for us finding this truth out about themselves.
Yep. That explains everything for me, Queen. Yeah, everything makes sense. It fell in line like the next folks. I said,
yes. I'm telling you, listen, I'm glad he did that. Because, listen, I didn't want all of that Elijah Muhammad stuff to just be quackery. I knew the motherfucking religion was nonsensical. But the way he told the story about these motherfucking white folks, I was like, listen, man, this shit right here is plausible. And I never thought Yaqub because the way, see, like, people hear the story and think Yaqub is a person, but really it means to make a change. So it was a group of Africans who wanted to make a change. So that's why they call him the big head scientist, because he had like two different styles of thinking. He was double brained. He didn't really know what the fuck was going on. He wanted to mix and match two different things. He was double minded.
Or he could have just had a big head. He wanted it all, feeling himself. I should be doing this and that. Since I ain't doing this and that, I'm making these crackers and we gonna take over.
So he learned how to do this playing with 2 pieces of steel, which is, doing some alchemy, doing some science. Learn how to.
That's why they own it. They trying to reverse engineer the shit.
Yeah. They're trying to breed themselves with us and kill us the fuck off instead.
First they gotta become man, then they become God. That's the story of their alchemy. That's why I was like, oh shit, he ain't lying. They tell you that story in alchemy. That's what they gotta try to do.
Yeah. And you damn right about that. I got the fucking I got these little books on alchemy in here, man. And that's what all that philosopher's stone, all that shit, that's what it's about.
That's all it's about, and that's all the stories that they tell. That's all that really is about. You gotta, kill the beast, become a man, and level up to a god.
Black power.
See, we already there. We just gotta wait for the God theory to swing back around. You feel me? And we gonna level up automatically.
And that's the thing. We just have to be putting ourselves, man. We got to be fighting. And making sure that we're in a position to win at all times. That's the number one thing.
That's all that is. Which makes sense, though. That's why our consciousness, we talking while we talking now. There ain't no mistake, ain't no jokes. The gods is awakening. When the gods is like, yo, fuck that, I'm tired of these kids, yeah?
You gotta put the thought, like you said, man. You gotta put the thought out there. If you don't put the thought out there, it'll never manifest, man. That's one thing that I learned. If you don't put that thought out there, man, it won't manifest.
Black to the future. Black to the future. Black.
Yeah. You got to say that
black
shit.
everything. Ain't nothing going to be white around this motherfucker. Trying to tell you.
Mm-hmm.
Trying to
You
tell
got to
you.
say that shit. You know, you're saying that.
I ain't got to, I mean, we ain't even got to argue. Does the sun burn you? Do the sun burn all you motherfuckers? All right, then. I'm done talking.
I seen this shit with Robert Mugabe. He made it illegal to have white stuff. I mean, you had to paint your refrigerators. They was running out of paint.
That's shit I'm with. I got a white car. I would gladly paint that motherfucker red, black, and gray ASAP.
As Joker said, Mugabe had the damn scientists looking for a way to feed the clouds green.
Now, that's what I'm talking about. God damn, I don't want to see no white clouds, goddamn.
No white clouds out here.
Make them play man.
Mugabe was going so fucking hard. They was just like, they was putting stories out of Mugabe like he was a nut. Like, oh, he's a nut. He's going crazy.
Be like, yo, man, why your eyes white, bro? You feel me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mugabe said later for that, we don't want nothing white. He said, and every country should follow the model. He said, look what white brought to us, nothing but death and destruction. You know what I'm saying? He was telling the truth. He's like, fuck that. Fuck all this white shit. Go all that
argue with that. But I bet the whitey lover stopped him, too.
Yo, he was on it. He was, I'm talking about where he was like, yo, you get fined in jail for keeping white shit, man. Serious, like dang serious about it. You get fined, go to jail.
I gotta laugh because that's the real shit, man. Like, yo, I'm sending the message, man. No white nothing, man. Damn. Really? What's the problem? We loving that white shit, man. You gotta despise that shit, man. Like the Queen opened up, man. See, hey, I hate the cracker. You feel me? That gotta be everybody feeling every day. No days off. Damn, wake up, damn it, I hate this cracker. I hate seeing white. Why is white everywhere, goddammit? Put some color in this motherfucker, you feel me?
Man, I'm just saying that. That's some simple shit to do. No white tees, no white down, nothing. No white this, no white that, no none of that. Only
no white shoes, no white nothing, man. You feel me? I have to add that to the Black Power code. You feel me?
Yep. Eliminate as much white as possible.
Nah, man. All black socks over here, bro. Really?
As much white as possible must be eliminated.
Feel me?
Yeah, man. You know, if y'all got an airport today, please do look up.
Can I throw a sport announcement out there? You feel me? The UFC. You feel me? Anthony Rumble Johnson knocked out the white boy. You feel me? First round, put him to the ground. You feel me?
Black Power. We love to hear, about Trevor who's getting his head knocked.
You got to see the replay. He put it on him. That's how you whoop the white boy down. You feel me? You put him in his place. God, good job. Black Power to the God Rumble Johnson.
You put hands and feet on them.
Man, it was lovely, man. It was lovely. Well, I get the video to the folks tomorrow, you feel me, once they put it up, you feel me?
Yeah.
Well, yeah, I'd love to see a brother whooping on a cracker, so I can't wait.
Oh, sis, you going to love this. You going to play this joint back to back.
Got 18 said.
Man.
18 wants the link to the video. You want the link to the video? All right, hold up. I can give you the link. My bad, that's 18. I wasn't looking in there. Let me see. One link to this video. What? But
yeah, that's what I was doing earlier, man. I was watching this cracker get whooped on me and my cousin, man. It was off the check.
He's gonna be clear. This is some funny shit. Yeah, it's gonna be my award winner right here, man. I'm telling you. I'm giving this all to the young G's. They gonna all get this video.
Man, that's 7 hours worth of gas right there, man.
Gas. Woo! With a Ric Flair to it.
Yo, the opening just had me laughing though. The first minute was just hilarious.
Yeah, he was wilding.
Oh, he got my energy up there. I was ready for it. I was like, okay.
And he wide open off the top, son. When I first seen him, I said, yo, I was like, yo, this dude is sick right here. I was like, yo, he's sick, man. Because when you see the other ones that RH negative, another couple of drinks, he got some fire in here. Because he got a couple other videos where he got some fire in there. But this shit he did was like a culmination of this seemed like a little long time worth of work.
Oh hell, I feel bad, bro. I thought I sounded like Ali Muhammad to me, brother.
Yeah.
My bad.
You had me thinking it was. I said, maybe I'm wrong. But when I went back and looked at another one, he said that, and I said, no, that ain't Ali Muhammad. But that was, one of the craziest, that was one of the best openings that I heard.
Man, that's the best, man. That's funny as hell.
Yeah, and he keeps you entertained the whole time.
Mm-hmm. I don't like all them big ass words, you feel me? So he talking my lingo, you feel me? So I'm all ears.
Yeah, they be telling you, listen, man, I'm about to read this shit to you. I'm only reading this shit to you because, look, you're going to need to know these big ass fucking words. I'm going to break this shit down. That thing over here is crazy. He caught the lady, he thought he caught the lady up. He said, see this shit? See, Pablo didn't want to sequence the nuclear DNA. Oh, hold up. I thought Helen, that was a bad thought. Just keep going.
Hold up. That was a bad thought, my bad. Keep going. That's right.
Oh, man. But he explained why it was a bad thought and everything. Like, yo, hold up. You know, they couldn't do that because the specimen was too old. He was like, but I thought I had him for a second.
Nah, it's just 7 hours of gas, so it's like kind of too much to break down right now. Like, damn. He just set you on. He set him on fire off top. Then he bring in Chucky and shit. Come here, Chucky.
Get him, Chucky.
Oh, man. Yo, when he was saying Chucky, right, I'm like, what the fuck? Who is he talking about? Man, he's going crazy. And he throwing Charles Finch on their fucking ass. Patrick Charles Finch.
Oh, shit. Chucky came in with the booty out. So he broke in the mouth. I mean, he well-rounded with the breakdown. That's what I'm saying. So it's kind of hard to really. Damn, he go at everything.
He loved to took their so far.
That's the other thing. It's like he using their own words, man. Their own words.
That's what John said there.
But like he said, Gerald Massey got that book, The Book of the Beginnings, and god damn, it's all right there. That's why they call it Tomahawk, created white people. Really?
Yeah, I'm just starting now, so looking forward.
Like, the black man is the root. The African is the root. You feel me? Y'all just branches.
Now we're going to have to break away, dry up, and burn.
Yeah.
Every tree got to get pruned sometime.
All that was making sense. He was doing this, talk about we stuck in this 3D paradigm. I was like, damn, that's that Saturn shit. You feel me? Our ancestors already knew. Yo, this how we gonna deal with that though. You feel me? Get the pine cone, the cone head out. You feel me? Get your pineal up. You feel me? With this beast, you know. Well, everything you do is to keep our shit down. You don't want to like, man, they can't level up.
No,
Not
that's
let these
why
motherfuckers level up.
Now I understand what Kamal Cambone said, really, in a better context, is we're looking for the one thought that'll put us over on how we're supposed to deal with it. And that's what we have to do, is get our mind up to a point where we find that one thought, and we're going to take control. We know what it is. We just got to find a way to do it. And we just ain't thought of it because we ain't been high, like you said, man. We really ain't been high enough. We touching it now. We starting to see where we need to be now. We starting to touch right on it. So hopefully in the next 5 days I'll have it.
Yeah, we gonna get it, God. I ain't got no choice. That's our destiny, you feel?
Already.
So all we gotta do is keep our feet on the ground. You feel me? Head to the sky. And we all good.
Like how?
You feel me? And say, fuck the planet of the apes. You feel me? Lynch mob.
Planet of the apes.
Yeah, man, we got to escape the motherfucking planet of the apes. You feel me? So we got to get at Caesar. You feel me? Peel back Caesar. You feel me? And the rest of the chimps gonna, you know, they gonna die.
Line up. Yeah.
They got to, but you got to take away the war strategies, the head. You know what I mean? Caesar, the head motherfucker that call them for war when they go hunting and shit. You got to take them motherfucker out. All Caesars. You feel me? So that's my shit right now, man. I'm studying chimp war strategies. You feel me? Because obviously this is what we're dealing with. You know. Mixed in with a little, you know, with a little Sun Tzu,
chimp strategy, you know.
You know that's the chimp #1 book, son, too.
Hey, you know, that's their daddy. You know, they gotta, you know, we gotta listen to the war instructor. You know? But there ain't nothing, man. They dealing with gods, man. They dealing with gods, baby. You know?
Yeah, we already won.
But I love it.
We created you. We created you, man.
Feel me? That's it. You know, we just got to get the creation knowledge back. You know, get that black. You feel me? You feel me?
You can't wear when we created you. I know
and then, you know, it's a rapper. You know? Fuck around, just drop the DNA bomb. That's all he had to do in the first place. Really? I still believe that concept, man. Track the motherfuckers in the desert, man. They just, you know, guard the borders and we just sit black, you feel me? All I really got to do, they ain't got no food, no water, nothing. Just let the desert cook them.
Yeah,
and then icebox them.
You know it's very hard for them to take us down because we are the genetic superior being on the planet. Them know they're not like that. I think we need to start thinking like them in that strategy of general warfare.
Upon further review, my brother, don't they need us to survive?
We need to start thinking about some general warfare, yeah.
They need us to survive. They gotta have their gods on earth. They can't survive without us. It's impossible. Because eventually they're gonna, you know, they're gonna breed right back to who they are. Only way to stay into a human form and try to become a god is to, you know, biracial. That's why they put that that's why they want that what you call that shit? You know, dating white folks.
Oh, bestiality.
Yeah. That's bestiality for sure. You feel me? Our people got to stop committing bestiality. You feel me? Because that's the only thing that's going to keep them alive. That's why they're promoting shit. You feel me? Everything's for survival, nothing else, period. The chimp is trying to survive. Period. You don't want to turn back to a chimp. You want to try to level up. So if you want to level up, you got to have the gods on earth, baby. It's the only way, baby. Only way, baby.
He's a dumb. Hey, Doug, we got the Dutch cow.
Feel me? And plus, you can't create that. That's like trying to get rid of Earth. You can't do that. You feel me? You'll kill yourself. I mean, we came with Mama Earth. You did? So it's impossible. It's impossible, bro. It's impossible. I mean, that's why we took everything they dish at us, man. You feel me? Swallow it up. Like, damn, that's all y'all got, man? See? When we fight back, y'all ain't going to be able to take that shit. You feel me?
You know, you're right about that. No, they're going to do their best punch. You know what I'm saying? Hit us with their hardest blow. The biggest leg drop, then a body slam, did every fucking thing they could do. Everything that you could do to a population, but if you have concentrated in a certain area, they did all they could to try to destroy us. We're still here. So, the win is ours.
Already. They win is just keeping us deaf, dumb, and blind. That's how they win. The longest they keep us deaf, dumb, and blind, that's how they keep their W's. You know what I mean? More we just want to get along with these motherfuckers. Try to keep they W. Or you want to integrate with the chimp ape. Try to keep his W.
The day we start looking at them like a chimp.
That's what it is. It's first steps of knowledge, man. Call it days by their proper name, man. Chopper who chip, man. Created chip. That's what you is, man. We don't know what the fuck they made you from. You be alligator, goddamn shark. Motherfucking, they don't tell it, man. Really? Goddamn lemur giant, goddamn saber tooth. What the fuck? You feel me? Whatever they can find and grab, they put that in your ass, though, cracker. Feel me? That's why they love animals the way they do. Think about it. Feel me?
They'll save the wild before they slave your black ass.
Yeah, they cry about that shit, homie.
Yo.
Fucking
it's crazy ironic. The fucking wells go beaches themselves because they polluting the water. White people out there crying, trying to push them back in the sea. Bitch, that's a Hegelian dialect.
Really? Fucking creatures, man. They ain't no telling what the creature gonna do, man. He just figure it out himself. Shit. He just woke up 6,000 years ago. He can start talking and shit.
Yeah, this motherfucker's the worst. He's the worst. Look, man, in 2000, in the last 500 years, he done polluted the whole planet. I'm saying now, before that, he was a pollution to the planet. But I'm saying 500 years, this motherfucker done about killed the planet with just carbon dioxide, gas, all this bullshit. He done about killed the planet with that. This motherfucker a super beast.
Yo, and I was watching some shit, right, too. How you think monkeys has sex, yo? That's why that doggy style shit is the #1 shit. You fucking like a chimp. God damn. You feel me? Every time I see that now, I say, oh shit. You fucking chimp. That's what chimps do. That's what the fucking chimps do. I said, oh shit. Feel me?
Damn, you know what? Well,
why the motherfuckers is gay? They don't care. They just see a booty hole. They turn them
on. Booty go in. Oh shit! Stop.
Fuck the face, son. His face ain't got nothing to do with it. You know, primates ain't got no titties anyway, son. You feel me?
I'm glad I had that precarious position, man.
Man, I'm telling you, man. All I see is chip and everything now, man. I say, God damn, these chips, man. You feel me? That's how they do. That movie Quest for Fire. Quest for Fire showed you that. You know, when they were mating, nigga, they see your booty, they'll come up and get you, just like a damn dog. Ain't no romance with a female. Yeah, fuck all that. Y'all romance about taking some lights out of her hair or some shit. You feel me? Give her ass some raw meat shit. You feel me? You feel me? That shit crazy. Oh, man, these crackers, man. That's that chip shit, man. That H shit, man. You know? I said, oh, man, our people got to stop acting like H, man. You fornicate like H, man. You know? Talking with your H, man. Kissing on the H, man. That's why they got no lip, man. All that shit makes sense, man. Always wonder why the fuck they ain't got no lips. Like, what the fuck? I know.
Yeah, I seen some too. Like, I used to always wonder that shit too. I used to have this white girl in my class, fucking Tracy Rivas. And you know what? I didn't know it until after I left that school before I said this about it. I didn't know her uncles and them had lynched these black dudes inside the town from Gillespie. And then we was all, when I was at school, they all was in the school with her at the same time. I was like, damn.
I said, I don't know how if I could have been able to be going to school with a girl who uncle lets mine. And you know it directly. Like, this ain't no, like, it ain't no old shit. This is some shit that just passed. But anyway, the white boy had no weapons at all. And I was like, damn, so what the hell? I just went right all the way over, like, like on Zero from Planet of the Apes.
Well, I'm telling you, that's what it is. That movie means a lot to me now. Like, God damn it.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to watch all of them now.
Especially the old ones, the black and white ones.
No, I got the old ones. I got all 5 of them, I think. I have the whole set of them.
All that makes sense though. How they try to make us feel we the champ. You feel me? They go out their way to try to do that shit. You feel me? All that shit making sense. I got you, Euro Nut. I got you.
Even in the old movie, how they go back, start doing archaeological digs in the caves, and start finding other beings that was older than them there.
Mm-hmm. And like the brother said, the pyramid in Antarctica, bro. Like,
now how some was saying there was laboratories. Look at how the spaceship had crashed into the van where it was a laboratory. It was like a cave and a lab at the same time because they had all this stuff in there.
Mm. It's crazy. But that was a nice video you found there, Brother B. Black Power on that. Good find right there, guys.
Yeah, I got something on my subscribe list. He come up with some stuff every once in a while. I didn't get to check the last one that he put out. He put one out about 3 months ago. So I want to check it out. But he got some shit. Yo, he got like a 6-hour drink debunking the Hebrews.
No, that's it.
Son, he got the Hebrews in there. You know how they be sitting together. Read. They sit on the couch and go, oh, man. He got like a 6-hour drink on the Hebrews. Going crazy.
Yeah.
Yo, Brother Little, did you see that Reggie shit?
Queen, I had it loaded, but I didn't really get to watch it. I've been on that damn chimp thing.
Oh yeah, you turned the chimp one on first.
Yeah, and that that's 7 hours worth of beat down. I was like, damn. No.
You ever see that Brother Reggie shit? Oh man.
Yeah, let me get on that. I get on that. I had that answer for you after the Baba tomorrow, Queen. I'll make sure I watch that tonight.
You gonna be. Oh man, that's a right there. I'm Reggie did it. He just. He even heard that polite when they win the award. They win the award, man. I don't know what the award is for right now, but they get it. Best acting peer or something. I don't know.
Straight bitch ass brothers.
But see, I missed out. I gotta watch this now.
There you go. Son. The Hebrews got them niggas apologizing on record.
Atonement. That's that bullshit.
That nigga with the Afrakan, nigga, they atonement. Reggie's atonement. Tell me the word was that Reggie was getting death threats, man.
Getting death threats?
Yeah. Getting death threats because, you know, Nazi came out and said Reggie helped him beat SETI, right? Or helped him in his debate. He never said beat SETI in his debate against SETI. And that he had told, and that Reggie had told him all type of slanderous things about SETI that he didn't use in the debate, but all type of slick and slimy stuff that he should have never said and all type of stuff. He said, now, you better tell everybody what you done told me about SETI, or I'm going to tell on you. Reggie came out to a tone. I'm sorry. About anything. Well, I didn't know that he would use anything we said in confidence. I said, this nigga's a Hebrew. What's wrong with you, dumbass niggas? See, this is what you get for trying to, you can't team up with them goddamn Hebrews. He's trying to take down whatever he's trying to take you down. You Pharaoh. You talking about you Pharaoh. He a slave. He's your slave. Listen, man. His God does sexual y'all against each other. You all and I'm Pharaoh people. But I'm going to work with the Hebrew. Father enslaving. Be one of my people. And think he ain't going to turn around and betray me. I was already a traitor. He can't betray me. I'm the traitor already. Well, he is being true to him. He's being true to himself. I told him, what made you think I wasn't going to use this against you? What made you think that, man? Mm-hmm. So nice.
All right, yeah, I gotta check this out. So from my understanding, you telling me he said some underhand slick shit about the general to the Hebrew, and the Hebrew did what they did and spilt the doo-doo to the whole world.
Hebrew told him that, listen, man, you better tell everybody before February the 8th, or I'm telling everybody what you done told me, which is a double shot. See, I see it too, because you shooting at SETI too. You try not to say it, but you shooting at him too. You still shooting at the Black Power community. The niggas ain't in the Black Power community. I don't know what they is, but he's not. He's part of the new covenant. Under the head of the crown.
At the end of the day, he would help a religion of perversion nut over Black Power, over Africa. That's what he did. Okay? They ain't gonna come out with some big shit. Well, I don't remember saying nothing about sex, but if I did, I want to apologize.
Yeah, I don't.
You apologize and all.
He said, I might have did it. No, this is what he said. I might have said something. I might have. You know, if he asked me some questions, I only told the truth. And, you know, I said, what? Wait, what kind of shit is you pulling, man?
I don't know. I don't play that slick shit, though. Don't fuck with the general, my chick. I don't play no games.
That's what I'm saying. That's why Cat's don't tell you, man. I heard it putting the death threats on the boy, man. Putting the death threats on him. I'm like, look, man, hold up. What? Because when Nazi put that Mobutu, when Nazi threw that whole Mobutu shit on him, and we already know polite talking about the white man ain't the devil. You talking about he ain't? You know.
Oh, hell no. I thought he got his ass whooped when the general set the record straight on that.
No, but so did the general set the record straight. We know what the record is, but that don't mean the Pope might change his mind.
How you cannot change your mind when the general set that shit on fire?
He's still a humanitarian. Go look at his website.
I said, damn, if you don't know this cracker is the devil after this, I don't know what to tell you. You just love the devil. That's what you do. You love the devil.
Man, the white man ain't the devil after this, man. Who is, man? What the fuck is the devil? We're going to have to redefine devil now.
Yo, the general beat him so bad, he turned him Black Power.
He started trying to be Black Power. He beat him so bad, he turned into Shetty.
I'm all saying, I see that ass whooping. I was laughing to get it to end.
Son, I was in the motherfucking house, son. I was in the house, and that shit was hilarious. Man, he was in there. Yo, listen, Shetty talking to me, right? He said, listen, watch this shit. He said, I got this nigga, man. I got this nigga. I'm like, listen, man, go ahead, get him. I said, all right. He said, yo, watch this. He said, man, look, man, don't nobody care. He was like, don't nobody care, man. We ain't worried about this nigga, man. So I said, go ahead, eat him up, dog.
Yeah, that was crazy.
I can't. I'll be goes in there. I'll be there. Well, I guess we still on the air. I ain't gonna say that.
Yeah, but
I'm in there always correct. I'm correct. I was in there coming. I came correct every time I come anywhere. I come correct. So listen, man. We hold it down.
Took that boy out to all you can eat buffet. God damn, that was
listen, it was over after the first round. After he pulled up the doctrine of Dr. York, this your teacher. I don't gotta say no more. I don't gotta say no more. This your teacher.
I said the whole shit was gas. The whole shit was just bad. How can you deny what the general said? I was like, shit, what's the general, man? Motherfucking Mike Tyson, man. You feel me?
You got to be in love with the devil. It's like being in love with a stripper. Yo, listen, check this out, though. Hold on. We're gonna shut it down. We got 30 minutes left to the after hour. We're going to the after party, but we want y'all to tune in tomorrow. Tomorrow we're going to have a special coming on tomorrow. You know what I'm saying? We got the special coming on. We got Bob Automatics coming in tomorrow. It's a special one, Sunday, 5 p.m. He said he got a special message to the family. You know what I mean? He definitely need to be heard. So y'all make sure y'all come on through and listen to the Elder Bob Automatics. They'll be in there holding it down for us, and that'll be right here on this talk show, Feet on the Ground. That'll be tomorrow, 5 p.m. They had the attorney at war, Bob Automatics, on live to give y'all an update on the war report. You feel me? But we've been holding it down for y'all tonight, and we're going to make it do what it do, and I'll check y'all later. You feel me? We got it. We got Tuesday coming up. You come on in, and that'll be 10 o'clock, and we'll be doing our thing over here. It'll be news, and more news. We're going to make sure that we're going to get that information out, too, on the brother Frederick Young again. Make sure we keep that out there right ready. Make sure we put that information out again, though. And next Thursday, we'll have another Think Tank Thursday. Hopefully we can bring in our brother Brett Carr from out there on the West Coast, and get some of this information put together and have our brother make about scrutinizing properly from an archaeological standpoint, since that is our brother's forte. So we'll have our brother in here to scrutinize the information properly and ask some proper questions and things of that nature. We'll see where we're going. But for me, tonight has been listen, man, it's a wrap. All the information that was put out tonight, man. If people don't think that you is the beast, and they can't go and look and see whether or not you're a beast, look, man, ain't nothing we can say. Nothing I can do, nothing I can offer. So if y'all don't know right now, But this white man is truly not no part of ever mutated African. He didn't evolve from us. He was a genetic hybrid, period, point blank. Woo! So, on that, you go nuts, we got you. Well, Sister Camille, you want to say something before we close out?
Nah, family, a BB for Hodier.
BB for Hodier, praise Nat Turner. Glory to Garvey. Born in the spirit of Dr. Khalid Abdul Muhammad. Praise Harriet Tubman. Glory to Ida B. Wells. Long live the spirit of Sister Stanley Muhammad.
Chimps in the trunk.
House mixed chimps too.